Welcome back to Banks Homes Riverside for day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship match between Durham and Somerset. And it's finally poised. Somerset 1 wicket down at the end of day 2, still requiring 194 runs to win. It's been a topsy-turvy game and we've absolutely rattled through it. 13 wickets on day 1, followed by 18 wickets on day 2. I think we're going to get a bit of all conditions today. It's been bowling conditions so far, but there's blue skies and light cloud cover at the minute. Maybe some darker clouds and possibly some rain about. But one thing is for sure, and it's going to be windy all day long. And another thing is for sure, Ash, I am absolutely excited for this. It's going to be a thriller. I cannot wait.
Yeah, really exciting day's play. It's been 2 action-packed days. And you're dead right, it is windy out there. The wind coming from the east, really strongly blowing across the ground. In fact, the ground staff, you might have seen on your pictures there, having to wander across the ground and just secure the Toblerones down in front of the Robson Pavilion. Mitchell Colleen is going to start us off from the Lumley end.
That was a lovely story of yesterday.
It was so cool.
Mitch Colleen taking 5 on his debut.
He's going to start around the wicket. And Lammonby, who looked in good touch last night, gets away first ball of the morning as he tucks one out into the leg side to Graham Clark in the deep. Somerset be looking to get another solid start here this morning. Got a really good chunk of that 265 last night, 71 for 1. Just losing Josh Davey. He went bowled by Mitchell Colleen for 15, with the score on 35. As per usual, good morning to everybody watching, listening and contributing on the live chat. Thank you for the contributions over the last couple of days. As Gregory punches out to Alex Lees. Durham need to create some energy here this morning. They were a little bit flat last night. A little bit, how can I put it? Miffed, annoyed possibly at the enforced concussion substitute. That being young Daniel Hogg, who has played little to no cricket and has been asked to get out on the field, put his best foot forward, and that's nice areas from Colleen.
Yeah, Cody Youssef, who got hit very hard on their helmet on day 1 off a short ball from Pretorius, has had to go off, and he bowled really well against Notts, and he continued well here against Somerset, so it's not an ideal situation for the Durham bowling attack.
It puts a lot of pressure on Ben Rain, being the experienced man. The other 3 bowlers in the attack are 20 years or younger. This one's guided away behind point. And Minto does the fielding, speaking of the youngsters, 17 years of age.
And also talking of youngsters, Ash, Somerset wicketkeeper James Rue visited the hospital yesterday.
Yeah.
And was replaced on the field by his younger brother,
yeah, that's
also
cool
17 years old, Thomas Rue. And he took a couple of catches, and we're seeing the wind at the minute as after one ball the bails flew off, and just now is that Emilio Gay whose hat has flown off.
He's clutching at it at mid-wicket, isn't he? This is a good leave. Yeah, the heavy bails I'm assuming will be on. Looks like the dark brown colour of the heavy bails. So yeah, Daniel Hogg, 20 years of age.
There was some controversy with who it was that was going to replace Cody Youssef, as you alluded to, Ash.
It's good from Mitchell Colleen. A solid opening over from both parties. 2 off it. 73 now for 1. Yeah, Mitchell Colleen 20, Dan Hogg 20, James Minto 17. And I tell you who. Well, let's see what the combined ages of those is. And Ben Rain No, only joking.
And it is going to be Ben Rain bowling the first over from the Finkel end. No surprises there. So he has a little natter with Alex Lees.
See the ground staff there.
Some
bucket of pegs and securing the Toblerones over towards the Don Robson Pavilion.
And hopefully for Durham, some early wicket walking. No deck chairs out yet. Not quite a deck chair day. Not yet anyway, although the sun is poking through over towards the members. And it's going to be Ben Rain. Starts on that outside off-stump line. Decent length, you know what you're getting from Ben Rain. Bit of consistency, bit of control. And hopefully, for the Durham talisman, a bit of nip here and there off the pitch. We saw a lot of variable bounce over the first couple of days. Perhaps less so in the evening session yesterday. It just seemed to calm down a tiny bit.
Yeah, and that could be the effect of the roller. So let's see how the rest of today plays out.
Tad short from Rain and played off the back foot by Somerset skipper Lewis Gregory into the offside. And Somerset will be absolutely delighted, having seen 17 wickets fall by the time they tick to the crease in the evening session, to get to stumps just one down. Also a 73 on the board there. A long way to the total, 192 more to get. Gregory just rocking back again. Maybe keeping a hint low from Ben Rain.
How was your Saturday, George? What did you get up to, mate?
Yeah, it was all right. It was quite a lot of work. I'm working on a documentary type video for the Uni Football Club at the minute.
Nice.
So just involved a lot of hours of filming interviews, really. Ben Rain in again, left alone by Lewis Gregory. To go through to Wally Rudd behind the sticks. Yeah, it was quite a nice setup. Had a couple of spotlights, 2 or 3 cameras.
Netflix
stars, moody lighting. Moody lighting, yeah.
I like it.
Absolutely, it's going to be a nightmare to edit. But no, not the most exciting Saturday. Not as exciting as it was here, anyway.
Yeah, bit of chaos
Banks
here.
Homes Riverside. Unable to put away the shorter ball, straight to Minto in the offside. Of course, Ash, my day was soundtracked by yourself and Sam.
Oh, obviously.
Talking us through the day's cricket. And the stream seemed to be loving what they were hearing.
Yeah, Somerset fans are pretty happy right now, I would think. I think they're edging in front in this game.
Durham hoping for an early breakthrough.
And get one!
And they've got it. Ben Rain finds the outside edge of Lewis Gregory, who just fished at one on 5th stump. And it's gone from Durham being happy at stumps, Somerset, being happy at stumps, to Durham being absolutely delighted this morning. Lewis Gregory departs for 38.
Crucial early wicket for Durham. Lovely edge through to Robinson behind the stumps. And when you need your leader to stand up, that's exactly what Ben Rain's done. Picking up the early wicket this morning, 73 for 2, Somerset. That target of 265.
And as the ground staff just fiddle about with the boundary rope in front of us, they have indeed walked a wicket.
I'm getting pelters again for saying how comfortable at Somerset. I'm not doing it deliberately, I promise you. I'm just saying what I'm seeing.
And that is exactly what Durham were after from Ben Rain's first over. Just a bit of consistency, a bit of pressure. 5 dot balls in a row, and then 6th one brings the wicket. It's going to be Mr. Golden Arm Mitch Killeen again. You had his dad sat next to you yesterday as he took his fifer.
Yeah, it was an emotional moment, actually. He was sat there. I looked at it. I mean, I've coached Mitch for a number of years now, and obviously played with his dad, and have seen Mitch grow up really here. And it was just such a good moment. This one's driven by Lumberby.
Didn't get much out of Mitch after the game, though.
I tried my best. I'm not going to lie. I was impressed that I got nearly 2 minutes of content. He's not the greatest speaker. He does talk a lot away from the camera and probably away from this environment. But yeah, he's in a loving way. He's bloody hard work.
It's been hard work for the Somerset batters this match as well, and he will continue to do so if he bowls those areas.
Well, the question marks over whether James Rue would bat or not have been answered. He's out there at the non-strikers end. As we said, went to hospital for a precautionary x-ray yesterday. And we got some lovely updates from Polly, the Somerset scorer, who kept us informed. And there was no break, which is good news for him. He's got some big weeks of cricket coming up. He's leading the England Lions against India 8, which is a great honour for him. And his younger brother, Tom, got some great experience wicket keeping. Took a few catches as well. That's driven nicely by Lamby, but won't beat the skipper in the covers. I'll try and get an update on Cody Youssef as well, yep. Obviously out of the rest of the game after receiving that head blow whilst batting. Miguel Pretorius, his fellow countryman, hitting him in the head. Oh, and that's hit in the air. But safely down to Graham Clark, who does the fielding. Trying to pull that Lamby. It probably didn't get up as much as he thought. And that's what happens on these pitches. That's sometimes there's that little bit of variable bounce. You don't quite trust it. Lots of football chat as well on the live stream. Congratulations to Sunderland on their promotion yesterday. And Rue off the mark immediately with a little punch off the back foot out to David Bedingham. That ends the over. 75 for 2. James Rue on 1. Lammonby on 21. 190 behind.
Looking forward to some derby days next
I
season.
am actually, yeah. The derbies haven't always gone my way recently, but Sunderland had a bit of a stranglehold on that in the recent years. Newcastle, I think, beat them in the Cup. Might have been last year, the FA Cup.
Certainly earned their way back into the top flight.
Yeah.
4 long, hard years in League One. Going away to places like Oxford United and hitting it into the car park.
Yeah, just over the goal. I tell you what, there's a bit less travel for the Geordies next year. The 3 promoted sides, all from the north. Wearside, Burnley and Leeds. A bit better than Ipswich away and Southampton away. Although sometimes on those away trips the journey is just as good as the game, if not better at times.
Ben Rain, again from the Finkel end to James Rue. It's on his pads and hits mid-wicket region for no run. Yeah, the Geordies travel well.
Yeah, Sunderland do as well, to be fair. I think they've both got great fan bases. You can't argue with that. Sort of London turned black and white earlier this year and then red and white yesterday and the night before. Saw some amazing photos. You know, families going down there and enjoying the day together.
It's played and missed from Rue. Ben Rain, hand in the air. Not quite appealing, just exasperation. Just flashes past the outside edge. Somerset still have plenty of batting to come. Archie Vaughan, Tom Abel, Andy Amead. Supposedly the next 3 in.
Yeah, Rue's scan was for an injured thumb, we believe. Obviously seeing him out there batting.
Which I imagine if he went for a scan on it, it's still pretty sore. But
yeah,
nothing that's going to stop him.
No doubt. Got people tuning in from all over the world, which is nice. We've got New Zealand, we've got Scotland, we've got Somerset, we've got Devon, we've got some, and a lot of obviously local support for those that can't make it into the ground. Oh,
And that's such a testing line from Ben Rain.
Beauty.
It's just angled in and nipped away, and that is what Ben Rain does. And that's moved a mile off the seam. James Rue was nowhere near it.
We've got Brussels and Woolwich Hospital, so we're covering everywhere. Love it.
Yeah, and welcome to all the Somerset fans, all the Durham fans, and all the people looking on from the outside who are just here for a good day of cricket. And why not?
Blustery Sunday here in Chesley Street.
Rain shorter this time, and it's flicked off the hips of James Rue. It's going to be a tight race to the ropes, and I think James Minto does very well to cut it off. And they're going to come back for 3. And it seems to be that the story of this match is that the youngsters are the ones who are running to the ropes. It was
Yeah, as it should
Vaughan
be.
on day 1 and James Minto made to work early in the day already, and I imagine it will be another big day with the ball for the Durham left armour.
Oh, I've got my neck of the woods, Perth, as well. Home of the Dragon. I'm assuming that's Wales, not the Wyvern. Harry's in the Mariana Trench. Must be getting a good signal down there, mate.
Ben Rain see out the over with another corker of a delivery. And once again, James Rue is almost falling over his own feet as he tries to readjust. And everyone in the cordon is loving that.
Yeah, for those who thought that Lewis Gregory was the first victim of the day, I've got some bad news, and it looks like the Somerset flag is actually the first victim of the day. We're going to get a shot of that. That's hanging by a thread. That shows you how strong the wind is up here at Chesley Street. And good luck to whoever's got to go up and retrieve that at the close of play.
It's a heavy flag, that Somerset
It's a
one
big
as well.
flag. It looks sturdy. The rest of it looks in good form, but just hanging on by a thread.
The Durham flag next to it, still up, but it's working overtime to stay on its feet. Blowing at 90 degrees.
Two slips still in place. Cover and mid-wicket very close as well. Colleen on the money. Bowled really well. Sometimes people, believe it or not, will get lucky 5-wicket hauls, but he bowled really well. Young man that's waited for his chance. Was frustrated not to be picked earlier in the season. Waited for his opportunity and has really grabbed it with both hands. And what I think you mentioned earlier, the lovely thing is that his dad was here, his older brother Johnny was here as well. Unfortunately, his grandparents, Thora wasn't feeling the best, so she was at home watching on the stream. And if you're still at home, I hope you're feeling well. If you're watching, I hope you're feeling well if you're not watching. But yeah, really nice moment. Dad paid for tea last night, I believe, and they obviously got the Sunderland victory. So yeah, just about the perfect day for the Colleen family.
It was a bumper day of sport all round.
Oh yeah, today too.
Yesterday we had the Scottish Cup final, we had the Women's Champions League final, we had the Monaco F1 qualifying, had the final day of the Zimbabwe test, and of course the best action of the day was here.
No, too, it was action-packed. There was a fire in the background, there was all sorts happening. Wickets fell at regular intervals. Durham would be hoping That continues today. Did Polly make the flag? That's a genuine question for those watching the stream there. That ends another Mitchell Killeen over. He has 1 for 30 from 11. Somerset 78 for 2. That one was a maiden over. Oh, that's so cool. I bet you'd be devastated watching that floundering away up there and hanging on by literally what looks like a thick thread, but definitely hanging on by a thread.
So having a look at the weather forecast for today, Ash, and it's saying sun and wind and cloud until 2, and then from 2 till 8, chances of spits and spots of rain.
It doesn't rain at the Riverside, mate.
Well, precipitation, because it is about to rain right now. Ben Rain coming in from the Finkel end. Start his second over of the day. And he got a wicket in his first over. He's bowling a testing line in his second.
Oh, let's play nice, everybody on the stream. Come on. Let's play nice.
Three slips now in as Ben Rain comes round the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby. It's full, it's straight, it's driven down the ground. Just for a single. Oof. It's Daniel Hogg. Looks like he struggled to get up there.
It's like a baby giraffe trying to get up.
He's a tall man and it's a long way back up. Just stumbled a little bit as he did so.
His inclusion as a concussion substitute.
It's full to James Root, who drives out, and Daniel Hogg's back in the action again. There's mention on the stream of the Harry Brook catch yesterday, which was absolutely phenomenal. Just caught the shoulder of the bat and looked for all money to be sailing over his head. And Harry Brook turned Superman. Just reached out a right mitt. And it stuck.
Reminded me a little bit of the Collingwood catch a few years ago. I think it was Matthew Hayden. Got a leading edge on one. Oh,
there's almost a catch there for Ollie Robinson as Rue flashes past another one. And again, it's just angling in and nipping away. And Ben McKinney was fairly animated from first slip, as he often is. And at the minute, Ben Rain is causing all sorts of trouble from the Finkel end. And perhaps the pitch just calmed down slightly yesterday evening, but it looks like it's woken up for day 3.
There's definitely a bit more nibble this morning.
And Somerset definitely making tougher work of it than they were last night, when it looked pretty faultless bar the one wicket.
Bastilleda back in the house, which is nice to see. Had a back injury over the winter and then spent some time playing for the Netherlands.
Ben Rain to finish the over. James Rue at the other end flicks it off his pads in the air, but in the gap, and it's going to roll away to the boundary much faster than Alex Lees can get there.
Yeah.
And that will bring up the end of the over. 5 runs off it. And in this interlude, Ash, there's a question for you to ponder.
Oh.
Who is the most promising bowler in the county game under 25 years old without an international cap?
Wow, what a question.
It's a great question. Keep them coming. Always nice to have something to think about.
I've seen a lot of good quicks. I don't know about the under 25, but there's a lot knocking around. I really like the Somerset pair. You can see the wind gusting there. The Durham flag wrapping around the pole. Probably made of a little bit lighter material and surviving the rip and tear of the wind. It's Colleen on the money. Yeah, I really like the look of the Gloucester lads. I'm not sure how old they are. I think it's Singdale and Akhtar. I actually asked them about Sonny Baker down at Hampshire. There's some really good young quicks coming through. That's nicely played. That's fine. And that will take some stopping as it runs away down to third man. I think it's just going to hold up. Bit of overnight rain here last night. The weather knows and understands that during the day it's for cricket, and on an evening it can rain all at once. We've had that the last 2 nights. It's been some quite heavy overnight rain. I don't know, I'd be interested to see what you guys think around who are the best bowlers that you guys see on the circuit. Good bit of fielding by the skipper in the covers.
Fast bowling is so taxing on the body, and especially as a younger bowler, perhaps you're slightly more susceptible to that.
Yeah.
What do you think are the keynotes to keeping a young bowler fit and healthy when they're coming through?
Oh, they're all a little bit different. I think some of them just need a lot of bowling. I look at somebody like a Matthew Potts. That's a lovely shot from Rue, but we'll find Bedingham out sweeping on the offside. And Bryden Cars, who are guys that maybe take a game or two to get into full rhythm. I was speaking to Neil Colleen yesterday, I think off air. I'm just talking how I thought Bryden, it's the best first game I've seen him play. He's obviously been out injured for quite a while. Yeah. Strong, robust, big backside. And you've got to be really tough mentally, because I don't think you go into many games that you are actually fully fit. So there's always a niggle, it might be a bit of a knee, it might be your feet. I've seen some horrible feet. We've talked quite a lot about Shoaib Akhtar. He has disgusting feet, like eagle claws. The advantage that he had, he was actually flat-footed, so when he ran into bowl, you could hear him coming in, which was just as terrifying as the actual projectile that he produced. That ends another Colleen over, 4 off that one.
You can hear that through the effects mic. Just how windy it is. Feels like whatever's picking up that sound's about to get blown over. Yeah, and then you get bowlers like James Anderson, who started young, finished old, and was barely missed a game in the middle.
So he did have some back issues as a youngster, but obviously remodelled his action slightly. And like you say, he got through probably a 20-year international career, which was incredible. Age does catch up with you for most. Look at somebody like Chris Rushworth, who's former Durham cricketer down at Warwickshire, who for a number of years was the one who probably did the Ben Rain role, was the real workhorse for Durham. And just as he started to get a little bit older, he's starting to get those calf niggles, a bit like Jimmy Anderson probably did at the end of his career. You know, the calves go and just those little muscle injuries. And as you get older, they take longer to heal. It starts to become pretty frustrating.
Ben Rain into his third over from the Finkel end. Full outside off and driven by James Root. Can only find the fielder. It's Graham Clark in the covers. Good hands. Often in close under the lid. And there was another one under the lid. Ollie Pope, I think must have been day 2. It was actually a no ball in the end, but came off the face of the bat. An absolutely superhero dive to his left. Horizontal all the way. Managed to make it stick. It's a special skill, being that close to the bat. As Ben Rain continues to dot up James Rue, who's 9 for his 21. A lovely flick off the pads in the last Ben Rain over found the boundary.
If you have a look at the England Lions squad coming up, and the fast bowling stocks there look pretty good. And Sonny Baker, one that we've talked about. You've got Josh Hull, who did get that test match at the Oval last year. Big, tall, left arm quick from Leicester. Eddie Jack at Hampshire, I've seen as part of the England under-19s. And Ajit Singh Dale is in that squad as well. And then a youngster called Chris Wokes, who's part of that as well, trying to get some load in before the India series, no doubt.
It's going to be quite the series, I think. 5 tests across the summer. That's flicked off the pads of James Rew again, this time just a single out to deep square. Starting in late June, just down south from here at Headingley. And moving to Edgbaston and Lords in July. I think it's at Old Trafford Oval to see us out.
I actually don't know the schedule. I haven't looked at it that closely, if I'm honest with you. That is normally the pattern, I guess, of test matches. Nottingham's got the Zimbabwe test. International coming up here on the 6th of June. The West Indies are in town, so that should be exciting.
Another good line and length from Ben Rain to see out the over. Just one from it. A James Rew flick to deep square. And Somerset with 177 more to win. Currently 88 for 2. Durham needing 8 wickets. And we've had, 28 minutes of the day so far. And it's been difficult going for Somerset. The ball nipping left and right from both ends. And the wicket coming from Ben Rain, caught behind. It was Lewis Gregory who went for 38. And I'd suggest it's going to be another tough half an hour for Somerset.
Yeah, they've probed away, haven't they, and tried it. Just the Toblerone's getting in the eye line of the Somerset batsman behind the bowler's arm. There's a bit of wind knocking them around, so that's just what the slight delay is in play. Durham ourselves have got a lovely stock of bowlers that are coming through. Most of them, unfortunately, are injured at the moment. But yeah, you've got the likes of Dan Hogg, who burst on the same with a 7-wicket haul against Notts last year. You've got young Minto, as Colleen continues around the wicket. Luke Robinson's an exciting young quick. You've got Stan McAlinden as well. In the academy, you've got Will Alexander and Brett Hutchinson, who are really talented players. So there's a lot of bowling stock here at Durham. Sam Connors has just joined the club, yet to make a first-team appearance. I know he's desperate, speaking to him a couple of weeks ago, just before he sneezed. He was just about to come back to play, and then... that's a thick inside edge as that runs down to Minto, down to fine leg, and good running by James Rew, and he comes back for a second.
Yeah, we were just talking about the robustness of fast bowlers. There's not much you can do when you sneeze and your side strain goes again.
Yeah, brutal. Asking where Sam Dalling is, as far away from here as possible. No, only joking. So Sam is a man of many talents. Oh, and another inside edge past the stumps. Durham desperate for another breakthrough this morning, just to put Somerset under a little bit of pressure. Sam also works for Newcastle United, so he'll be at St James's Park today for the last game of the season. As you can hear the wind really picking up. In fact, if you can try and get a camera shot of the Toblerones down in front of us, if that is humanly possible, but the wind has blown them to bits. Oh, it's wide half volley. Has he nicked it? I thought I heard something there. Apologies, I got a bit excited. I wonder if he scraped the ground.
Yeah, definitely a sound. Could well have been bat on ground. I don't think the Durham players were too excited. There was initial excitement, but died down quickly.
I was just looking at Robinson's reaction. He looked quite keen, but nobody else. Good from Colleen. Apologies to our Somerset viewers there. I got a little bit excited. I thought that Durham got a bit of a softie there with Lammonby chasing a wide one. He must have just scraped the ground with his bat. There you go. You can see the effect that the wind is having out here. And again, Lammonby a little bit loose outside the off stump. And again, I think hitting the ground with his bat. A little bit more reserved in my excitement this time.
Definitely sounded like
another one. Yeah, ends another Colleen over. Be interesting to see how long he continues before we see the likes of Minto and Dan Hogg into the attack.
From the chat, questions over why Bumrah's not been made Test captain for this series in England.
Might be his age.
Some saying that he's not going to make it through all 5 tests. So Shubman Gill has been given the nod. Ben Rain continues again from the Finkel end. But it was Jasprit Bumrah who captained the side in Australia when Rohit was spared of playing duties.
Relieved, I believe, of those duties. Lots of change for India, isn't there? No Kohli, no Rohit. But the next generation of superstars are just around the corner. Shubman Gill taking the reins.
Ben Rain full to James Rew, driven out to Daniel Hogg. And at the Lumley end, the ground staff are working overtime. I think they may be taking the Toblerones off by the looks of it, just because they're
not the worst idea.
Being a nuisance and blowing all over the place. And if they're going to continue to slow down play, then we may as well get rid of them.
So that's doing well there. Barry and Ollie in your pictures.
There's some pointing going on from mid-on. Alex Lees and Ben Rain just having a little chat. Looks like they're talking about third man and his whereabouts on the field. He stays put. It's going to be 2 slips. As Ben Rain comes round the wicket. It's flicked again airily, but it goes down to deep square on the bounce. There were shouts of catch, but I don't think anyone believed for more than half a second that it was going to carry. But he has flicked it off his pads airily a couple of times. James Rew. As Minto begins his warm-ups from mid-wicket. Just getting through his action a few times. And no doubt he's going to be busy today with the ball in hand. That's a bold leave by Lammonby, but it's an excellent leave in the end. Only 2 types, of course.
Interesting to see his balance there, and that might have been the wind just pushing him over. And these are some of the things that you've got to take into consideration with this strong wind going across the ground. As you're looking at it from left to right. Even things like your backlift as a batter and your balance with a gust of wind can be pretty off-putting.
Just run down to that third man who was the subject of minor discussion earlier. Mitch Colleen just taking a break, having bowled all the overs from the Lumley end this morning.
Ground staff doing a brilliant job down there, trying to keep the game moving without interruption. Down, picking up all the Toblerones behind the bowler's arm, just so it doesn't put off the batsman as they're waiting to receive the ball.
And to James Rew, Minto has just been pushed out onto the ropes. So there's now 2 deep on the leg side, 1 at deep square, 1 at deep mid-wicket. It's been an area he's looked to score this morning. And that one is straight down the ground. It's a big right boot from Ben Rain, who's showing no signs of pain. Not sure if it got boot or ankle.
It's just the outside of the right foot, I think, from Ben Rain.
It's a lovely shape from the Somerset keeper. And the Durham football warm-up coming in handy there.
Another big Sunderland fan.
And it is a change of bowling, and James Minto's warm-ups were not performative. He is entering the fray from the Lumley end.
Yeah, big spell this. With his shape away from the left-handers, he'd probably be better suited bowling from the Finkel end with the wind coming across the ground. Let's see if he does get any movement into the wind.
He bowled from the Lumley end for the majority of the Notts game, but of course that was with the wind.
Yeah, the wind was from the north then, wasn't it? Right at his back. Blowing across the ground as you look from right to left. Oh, a little bit aerial. Nearly a chance created from Minto, but Lammonby will pick up a couple. Just a little bit loose from Lammonby in the last couple of overs. And these are the times as a batter you just need to really refocus, get through this period, and then batting all of a sudden becomes easier again.
Couple of loose flashes off the bowling of Colleen. That one was perilously close to Emilio Gay.
It's cut away well in front of square. Beddingham dives and does brilliantly, David Beddingham. Fully committed to the cause. I always get a bit nervous when I see Beddingham dive. Has had some shoulder issues.
Bit of rain over the last couple of nights, no doubt, softening the outfield ever so slightly as well.
Alex Lees with a little fumble. Dan Hogg losing his cap. Good effort to keep the floppy on in these conditions. It must be very tight, them hats. Oh, just as I speak, Alex Lees nearly flew off.
Yeah, once the wind gets under the wings, it's game over for the floppy.
Minto hitting the pitch. There's a lot of swing out there for the youngster. This ball now, the best part of 33 overs old.
Is it floppy or cap your preference these days, Ash? Or is it
I'm a floppy man, to be honest.
not game dependent? That's every time, is it?
Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes go without the cap. Let the bald head do its work in the sun. Ends the over for Minto. A couple of twos from it. 97 for 2 now. Not just, again, starting to look at this scoreboard and eating into that lead.
And Durham searching for a wicket. Will bring on a fresh change of bowling from the Finkel end as well. It's going to be Daniel Hogg replacing Ben Rain. Tall figure with the blonde locks. The bless you, Ash.
Cannot sneeze quietly. I'm going to have to run along the corridor if I need another one.
Is your side all right?
I am no side straight, and I'm a multiple sneezer. I'm going to have to leave you for 2 minutes.
Probably still be able to hear this one from the corridor. As Daniel Hogg comes in round the wicket for his first ball of the day, and it's pulled away elegantly from James Rue, and that's going to take some stopping. for James Minto, and it's going to take too much stopping, and it's gone away to the ropes. And Daniel Hogg not best pleased with his first delivery of the day, and Somerset will be delighted as that brings up 100 runs off just over 33 overs, and they've done so for the loss of 2 wickets. That's fuller this time from Hogg. Challenging on the front foot. It's driven elegantly again from Rue, but no run to Ben Rain at mid-off, who is it's a straight substitute, that one actually. Rain and Hogg. Bowler and mid-off. You've missed a boundary and a dot, Ash. Welcome back.
I heard it all.
Short again from Hogg and pulled again from Rue. The only difference this time is it's a single, not a boundary, down to fine leg. And Hogg just not quite settling on a line and length yet. As you said, Ash, it's been a while since he's been thrust in at the deep end.
Yeah, he has no volume of bowling. So this is, I guess, with my Durham and my coach's hat on, what happens if he gets injured here? Like, how is the ECB ensuring, I guess a duty of care is probably the words I'm looking for, to this young quick who has been part of the England under-19 setup in the past, to kind of force Durham's hand and I probably sound like I'm, very, very biased here, but I'm just looking from a player's point of view. As I said, is it right that he is being pushed into this position?
Comes in again, full, wide, and driven from James Rue brilliantly again, and this time it will find the ropes. And it's not been the most concise start from Daniel Hogg. This will be giving James Rue more and more confidence. 2 boundaries off the over for him. So he moves on to 23. And if you're joining us, having not followed the first 2 days, Cody Youssef was originally named as one of the 4 seamers, but got hit by Gooden from his compatriot Pretorius, and he's been replaced by Daniel Hogg as a concussion substitute.
Wow, that wind is really ripping up now.
James Rue goes for another booming drive, catches the inside edge, or inside portion really of his bat, as it scurries away to Alex Lees harmlessly. To bring up the end of a 10-run over, and the ground staff now just in front of us have worked their way round the pitch and messing about with the Toblerones and taking them off the rope from the Finkel end as well to make sure that there are no distractions.
Thought they were in for a nice easy day. I bet it was a nightmare getting the big covers off this morning in that wind. Yeah. Somebody's having an argument with an Aussie that Bashir is better than Bess. Wow. Umpires just getting together here. They're going to have a look at the ball. Somerset Pat is just calling for a drink. 45 minutes into the morning session. Oh, the ball's ruined now. The umpire's dropped it. Call the game off.
Can't pick it up either. There we go. Did you get up to any windy morning dog walking?
I did. Took the rooster out. Yeah, had a lovely little stroll. About 3.5 k's worth. He loves it. Absolutely loves just being out.
Is it a case of he's taking you for a walk?
Oh, no. Well, to be fair, we're really lucky. We've got some nice fields and some woods just probably about 5 minutes from my house. So just get across the road, let him off the leash, and he does his thing. It's good as gold.
Easy days.
Yeah. Good bit of exercise for me. Unreal for him. He'll probably be asleep now. Minto gets the edge. Maybe trying to guide that down to third man. I might be being a little bit harsh there, but I'm not sure he was totally in control of that. Lammonby.
Yeah, he's definitely opened up the face. Whether he's intended on playing it that fine, only he knows. But
yeah, actually, I've just watched a replay of that there, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. It's pretty good batting. 100% right. Did open the face, allowed it to come all the way on. Maybe, like you said, a little bit finer than intended, but more in control than I thought. He's definitely in control of that one, Lammonby, as he flashes and flashes hard. And we'll pick up back-to-back boundaries. And Somerset really in cruise control.
Yeah, it was a good start to the day from Durham. Colleen and Rain building the pressure, and Ben Rain did get the wicket of skipper Lewis Gregory, but since the change of Daniel Hogg and James Minto, they've just taken a little minute to get to grips with the wind and the weather and the state of the game, and Somerset just starting to nudge on the score.
Davey, I will find out. As he's bowling in the game, it's a bouncer from Minto. I would assume that this would class as a first-class appearance, but I will check with William Dobson and Polly. Not ignoring, just considering your question. I am walking a dog. I've got a little sprocker, and I've called him Rooster. He's got a few long hairs on the top of his head that stick up. That's cut away out into the deep, but straight to Beddingham. And there's a saying in Australia that you're called a good-looking rooster for a good-looking bloke, so that's why I've called him Rooster. So there you go.
It's a great name.
Oh, he's awesome. Took over my life in the last month. Got him as a 2-year-old, a little bit of a rescue job. And now I'm number 4 in the pecking order in my family. Nice from Minto. Saying that Andre van Troost was nicknamed the Rooster. Fast Dutchman who played for Somerset. I'm going to name drop. So one of my best friends in cricket is Jimmy Adams, the former West Indies captain. And Andre van Troost hit Jimmy back in the days where helmets he just had the earpieces and no grill, and he hit Jimmy in the face. Did some damage to his eye. He was definitely rapid. A bit wayward, but very, very rapid back in the day, Andre van Troost. Good over that for Somerset. 10 from it. And closing in on that target of 265. I'm going to disappear for about 1 over, I think. I need to sort this beak of mine out. Starting and sniffling all over the commentary. I'll be back in a moment.
And it's not unknown that when Ash leaves the box, a wicket falls. So whether that's a tactical change or not, I guess we'll see, as there's a tactical change out in the middle. Some new gloves for the two in the middle. James Rue and Tom Lammonby going really nicely at the minute. James Rue came to the crease early in the day after the departure of his skipper. He's now 24 off 37. Facing up against Daniel Hogg, the concussion substitute. And this is a bit of the battle of the injured at the minute, really. Daniel Hogg involved in this game due to the injury of Cody Youssef, and James Rue has injured himself. He didn't take part in the field yesterday. Instead went to the hospital for a scan on his thumb and was replaced by his younger brother, Thomas, who took a good couple of catches. And big bro James flicks it off his hips down to fine leg and comes back for 2. And it's good work in the deep as well. And James, had a scan on his thumb. Given the, not quite the all clear, but the clear enough to bat. And I'm sure it's still stinging, still hurting a little bit. But it's not showing. It's looking very nice. Into the leg side, off his pads, where a lot of his runs have come. And yet again off his pads, and he's run the first one really hard, looking to come back for 2. And there's a slight hesitation from Lammonby before setting off for the second, but they did come back and came back with a degree of comfort in the end. And it's been a challenging first 51 minutes for Somerset, challenging first half an hour, but since then they've just settled on it slightly. The bowling changes for Durham not quite having the immediate impact they'd hoped. But in red ball cricket there's plenty of time for swings of momentums, ups and downs. And with 144 to win, and for Somerset, or 8 wickets for Durham, I'm sure there'll be plenty of swings and roundabouts in the next few hours. As Hogg comes in again from the Finkel end. And it's squared up. James Rue finds the outside edge. And I think it may have taken some flesh of Colin Ackerman. I think it may have hit him in the face as he rubs his cheekbone and then makes a substitution sign over to the pavilion. And that may spell the end of his time on the field for a short while. For the minute he's still on, 1 ball left of this Daniel Hogg over. And it's driven down the ground straight to Ben Rain for no run. And yeah, that penultimate ball, James Rue just looked to defend but squared himself right up, and it caught the outside edge and went to Colin Ackerman, who's in at gully on the bounce, but it looks like it just caught him fairly flush in the face. But for the minute all seems well enough for him to continue as Ash returns to the box.
Back. Just been along to see the scorers as well. Work is never done. Just confirming that this will class as a first class appearance for Daniel Hogg. And also that Polly is very concerned about a flag up there. Bless her.
Quite right too. It's a great flag. It's just struggling a bit. And not only is Colin Ackerman staying on the field, but he's also coming on to bowl.
Yeah, 2 left-handers at the crease. I was wondering how long that this would take to happen. Slip in place, right arm around the wicket. He should get some good drift in on the breeze into the the left-hander, and hopefully turn the ball away. Tucked away into the leg side, and a quick single, an excellent single. Really good batting from Lammonby. Desperate need for a wicket, Durham. Probing line from Ackerman. Slightly round arm off spin. Shades still on. Had a record for a while in T20 cricket with the best bowling figures in the world. I'm going to find them out.
Again, probing Ackerman, this change of bowling just slowed the runs after a fairly expensive couple. And almost driven out to the offside.
Yeah, nicely played. A little bit of width on that one from Ackerman.
And someone joking that due to the number of substitutions, this may end up as a second 11 match. Well, if you're after second 11 cricket, Wednesday the 28th of May, there are 2 second 11 T20s. I'll come back to that because there's a 50 partnership between these two, Lammonby and James Rue, who have just calmed the storm that was taking place early on, both, I suppose, metaphorically and literally, blowing a gale. And it's going to be Daniel Hogg to continue. short and blocked. Yeah, there are 2 second 11 T20s on Wednesday, 28th of May, here at Banks Homes Riverside against Nottinghamshire. And both are free of charge to the general public. So come along, show your support and have a little watch for some blast warm-ups. But for the minute, it's all about the Red Bull game. And James Rue, for the umpteenth time today, flicks it off his pads into leg side and picks up a single. Do you think the Durham bowlers have bowled a touch straight to Rue, who's looked very comfortable off his pads?
I think on this pitch you've got to target the stumps, but yeah, maybe at times that's just strayed a little bit closer to leg stump than off stump. And Rue, very, very good player, not missing out on those scoring opportunities. Yeah, 7 for 18 is Colin Ackerman's best T20 figures. Obviously, this isn't a T20 game, but just showing he is more than capable. His best first-class figures are 6 for 99.
7 for 18?
Yeah.
What were they batting on, a gravel path or something?
No, I don't think so. I think he was playing for Leicester at the time.
Wow.
I'll see if I can dig up the game.
As you can see on your screen, the run rate well below 1, the required run rate, for the Somerset to see this over the line. This game will not be decided by time. Still got well over a day and 2 sessions to go. It's all about the runs and all wickets. Somerset 141 more to win, and Durham still needing those 8 wickets, and it's been a while since the second one came in the 24th over. Yep. 13 overs later, and Durham struggled to create too many chances.
Yeah, 7 for 18 in a T20 blast game against Birmingham.
James Rue, surprise, surprise, flicks this one off his pads down to fine leg for a single.
Scoring nicely now, aren't they? This partnership in full flow.
Yeah, and they seem to be scoring fairly effortlessly as well. No risks so far, no need for any risks, as I said. Below 1 and over is the required rate. They haven't looked too troubled either. Lamonby flicks off his hips, and for fear of what the stream may say, I'm not trying to talk a wicket, I'm just saying what's going on out there. And after half an hour of some nippy seam-up bowling, maybe the pitch has just calmed down a touch. And the overheads, at the minute, pretty blue, as you can see on your screen there. Some sparring cloud cover, nice white clouds, but predominantly blue and sunny overhead.
Colin Ackerman resuming from the Lumley end. 12 o'clock, so an hour into the day's play. This one's short. Lamonby tries to cut that away, but can't beat Minto at backward point. Keep it off the legs, Hogg, yeah. I'm sure he's as frustrated as the rest of us at the moment. Just remember, he has hardly bowled this season. This is well pushed into the offside by Lamonby, and they pick up an easy single. Yes, he's a professional cricketer, but he's a young man who's hardly bowled through various injuries. Harsh, Cooks, harsh.
Very harsh.
Don't be that guy.
I think perhaps you have to take into consideration the mental aspect of it as well. Elite sport is such a mental game, and day and a half into this match, he didn't know he was playing, and then suddenly thrust into the action.
this time yesterday, he was opening the batting for Newcastle in the North East Premier League and was rushed to the Riverside on the afternoon once the news broke. That one, Cody Youssef, was ruled out of the game, but Paul Coughlin was also pulled out of a Premier League game as well because they're expecting Paul Coughlin to be the substitute. Oh, it's chipped in the air and it's an absolute gimme. Colin Ackerman gets the breakthrough. Alex Lees looked absolutely petrified as that ball went in the air. Presented a simple chance and Durham desperately needed that breakthrough.
Yeah, James Rue batted really, really nicely for 31, and then he'll be devastated because he's thrown his wicket away there, or rather lobbed it away straight into the offside. And he's looked so comfortable off his pads, scoring really the majority of his 31 runs. I think there was a lovely cover drive in the mix there as well, but Ackerman getting him to prod around the off stump, and in doing so just gifted one to Durham, and they were in desperate need of that wicket. It put Somerset 128 for 3, still with 137 to win. Seven more of those, please, is the shout in the chat. But I'm not sure if there are to be 7 more, they'll all be that easy. Durham are certainly going to have to work for it if they're going to win this match.
Cooks has changed his mind. It's Durham's match now.
Well, I think it's fair to say, Ash, whoever wins this game is deserving of it.
Yeah, and I think this game, every time you think that one side is on top, something happens, and that's a result of a pitch where bat and ball can dominate. But Ackerman brought on to take a wicket and got the breakthrough. Very, very important for Durham.
And it's to be Tom Abel, the new man at the crease, but that was the last ball of the Colin Ackerman over, so he waits patiently at the non-striker's end as Tom Lammonby faces up to Daniel Hogg. It's a probing line, probing length, and he makes Lammonby come forward on the front foot. Does keep it away from the pads. It's blocked away from a single. Tom Abel, one of Colleen's 5 victims in the first innings. LBW to the young Durham seamer for 5. Suggest he's going to need a few more runs than that if Somerset going to see this one home. And that is full, it's wide, and it's driven by Lammonby out to the deep cover boundary, but it is going to be cut off. I think it is in the end. And they're going to come back for 4, are they? They're going to look for it. There's a bit of a mix-up at the keeper's end, but Emilio Gay really with a half-hearted throw, and that was never really a chance. But it was heavy work from Mitch Colleen out sweeping on the offside, and I thought it was going to be quite a simple cut-off at one point. But he made a game of it, just about got there before the ropes, and that would have been a bit disheartening to go through all that work, cut off the boundary, and still concede 4 runs off it. I'm sure Daniel Hogg will appreciate the work rate of his fellow seamer. He's covered a lot of ground to get round there from a pretty standard third-man position. And Tom Abel, shoulders, arms, just has a look at his first ball out in the middle. Alex Leeds just slightly manipulates the field as David Beddingham is pushed slightly squarer, sweeping on the offside. 2 slips in the gully waiting.
Ooh, that's a good area.
Abel again leaves it be, but it does just tail in a touch.
That's a good length that from Hogg. Hit the pitch hard. Like we say, sometimes with the taller bowlers, and Somerset viewers will probably testament Andy Caddick back in the day, when they get too full, sometimes they just float the ball up, but when they hit the pitch, there's nothing can replace height.
I said it tailed in a touch, Ash. It's hooped.
Death back in, yeah.
And there is the first leather on willow for Tom Abel, who just defends it into the offside to James Minto.
About 6'7". He is.
A long way to get up.
Yeah. Big human being. Him and McKinney. Breathing thinner air than the rest of us.
Different microclimate for those guys.
100%. Well over 3,000 now on the stream. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from the Banks Homes Riverside.
Abel dabs into the offside, looks for a single, decides against it fairly sharply as the ball came flying back at his stumps, and he sees out the over with 4 dot balls. It's 3 off it, and Somerset 131 for 3, still 134 to win.
Yeah.
On the other side of the equation, Durham 7 wickets away.
Yeah, nearly halfway now, Somerset. He'll be off for rain long before anyone else, yeah. Head in the clouds, all of that kind of jazz. Absolutely.
Good from Churchy. More of that, please. He must be sick of hearing that. 20 years of it. Well, probably not quite 20 years of it. 10 years of it.
So Dan Hogg's brother's a very, very talented rugby union player. Paddy plays for the Newcastle Falcons and been part of the, I think he was captain of England under-18s this year or last year.
Do I spy George Drizzle at the deep square
Mitchell
boundary?
Colleen's just gone off there. That one's short and punched away nicely out there to the man that you mentioned. We've got no rain, but we've got drizzle.
Big fan of your work, Ash.
Out in the deep. We actually do have rain out on the pitch as well.
And we
It's
might
warming up.
We might have some drizzle later. You never know. The clouds may be slightly darkening.
It's pretty windy in Somerset. I can tell you what. It's bloody windy in the northeast. Polly's flag, bless it, is on its last thread on top of the Don Robson Pavilion. The Durham one a bit more used to the wind.
It's almost getting blown off the road on my way here.
Yeah.
It's just a small Volkswagen up.
Yeah. Yeah.
There is the flag.
Oh, Polly will be getting upset looking at that.
Draped over the roof.
Bless her.
Because it is, as we can attest, a wonderful flag.
It's a huge flag as well. This one, Lammerby tucking away into the leg side. He'll look to come back for 2, and they will come back for 2. Good batting by Lammerby, and that brings up 50 for the Somerset left-hander. And a warm round of applause from the Durham crowd. Will be some Somerset fans still in the house. Yeah, Amy's getting nervous around her mother's flag up there. Bit of work to do with the needle and thread. But yeah, lovely innings from Lammerby. 51 from 70, 5 fours. And he continues on his way with another single. Somerset now over the halfway mark. Just 3 down. Lots of praise for Lammerby on the live chat as well. Lots of Somerset viewers tuning in. Call international rescue for the flag. Not be fun going up to get that either on the roof. Abel clipping that one away nicely into the leg side, and that gets him off the mark. Took us around 15 minutes yesterday to realise it was Tom Abel batting and not Archie Vaughan. I think everybody's just about forgiven me. That came in a little bit tighter, a little bit fuller.
Not the most identical looking batsman.
It actually came up the announcer and it came up on the scoreboard. So
I was on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we were totally thrown, to be honest.
What was the live stream? What was the graphic on the live stream saying?
It started as Vaughan and then went to Abel. So yeah, I'm blaming everybody else but me. Somerset Sam Dalling just sat there and watched the whole thing unfold. Disgraceful.
And it's another change of bowling from the Finkel end. Ben Rain made the breakthrough earlier this morning. He got Lewis Gregory for 38, caught behind. And he's coming back on. So you said there was no rain. There was a bit of drizzle, and we're back to rain.
We've got both.
So far this morning, though, no precipitation, luckily. Ben Rain, 2 slips and a gully waiting. Tom Abel at the other end. Defends it into the offside and dots up.
Strong westerly breeze blowing. Not sure we are going to get any actual precipitation. But like you say, we are seeing rain.
Did your weather reporting career ever take off?
No. Never had one. Not sure I'd be great up in front of the old green screen.
Rain full and straight. Punch down the ground for no run to Daniel Hogg. Again, straight substitution for Ben Rain as he slips back in to mid-on. Alex Lee's just off your picture shining the ball. Give Ben Rain a quick word before he hands it back. It's full again. I'm liking this length from Rain, just making Abel play on the front foot. Just waiting for one to nip away, as he's proven to be capable of so many times before. And in this match, the pitch is shown to be doing more than a bit. Some keeping low, some bouncing up, some moving side to side. So far this morning, it's been a little calmer, but hints of movement still. As Ben Rain runs in with his wind on back. That one's flicked off the pads of Tom Abel into the deep, and they're going to pick up 2 to George Drissel. And it's the precipitation combo, Rain and Drissel both involved there. If you've got any weather-related cricket puns, do drop them in the chat. Love a pun.
Mark Baldwin's off to bed. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. I hope you wake up to the result, well, from our point of view, that you don't want to see.
That's going to fly away to the ropes. Off nothing. It's straight bys signalled by the umpire. Just fired down the leg side.
Strange one, wasn't it?
From Ben Rain. And I think it's moved quite a bit through the air. It's also maybe been affected by the wind. I'm not sure, but regardless of that, it's gone to the ropes for 4 runs.
Love Ollie Robinson's look of just, are you kidding me right now?
4 freebies gladly accepted indeed, and Somerset, if they don't have to work for the runs, will take everyone they can get. 122 now, the target to win. Still got 7 wickets in the sheds. Ben Rain looking to change that. See out his over. With a dot ball. Ben Rain back into the attack. 1 real loose no, which is a bit of an anomaly, and 6 off it. Somerset 143 for 3. 45 minutes to go until lunch.
Yeah, talk of rain, there's not a lot of chance of that at the moment. Lots of blue skies, and if there is any showers around, I don't think they'll be here for long with this wind. Well, that's a good question. Which team's bowlers have run in with more belief, purpose and vigour? I think both teams have. I think Somerset's attacker just a bit taller than what Durham's is, until obviously Hogg's been introduced in this second innings. I think all the bowlers have run in and had a pretty successful game, to be fair. As is Lammonby, highest score of the match now as he moves on to 53. Overtaking Ollie Robinson's 52 in Durham's first innings. I think both sets of coaches will be pretty happy with their bowling groups. Alex Lee's just wrong-footed, anticipating that one going to his right. And it went to his left, so Abel just keeping that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, Somerset losing their 10 wickets for 172 in the first innings, then Durham in the second innings 159. So Definitely a bowler's day on day 2.
Lees this time tumbles away and does the fielding. Yeah, I mean, Matt Henry, absolute class act. You know, you add in Overton and an honest and aggressive Pretorius and the skillful Josh Davey. You've definitely got 4 seamers that are going to make batting very difficult, and you throw in Jack Leach, who's been hardly required in this game, and you've got as far as county championship goes, is one of the best spinners on the circuit. So I think Somerset's attack in this game vastly experienced compared to Durham's. However, both have bowled very well.
Yeah, Matt Henry 4 for 60 in the first dig and 3 for 51 in the second dig.
Likes bowling up here.
It's absolutely relentless for 2 days straight. And really importantly for Somerset, at the back end of that first dig...
Took the words out of my mouth. Him and Pretorius' partnership is now proving absolutely vital in this game.
Matt Henry 23 not out off 19 and Miguel Pretorius 20 off 21. Came to the crease at 128 for 9 and managed to get the score up to 172 all out. And as we've said throughout this game, it's those tail end runs which are the most damning for the bowling team, the most annoying. It's proven to be the case again as Ben Rain continues from the Finkel end. Slightly short, slightly wide, just prodded away by Tom Abel.
Oof, wow. That wind continues to hammer across the ground.
Really solid from Tom Abel. Absolutely no way through there. I think the key at the minute is one of these two. If Durham can get Tom Lammonby before lunch, perhaps the picture changes slightly.
Yeah, Durham desperate for more breakthroughs here.
Church is saying Durham might have rain and drizzle, but at least they don't have Mr. Bad Light.
Oh, we did yesterday. We went off for bad light yesterday. I'm pleased in the end.
At the minute, it's Mr. Blue Sky. Ben Rain continues to tinker. Just the one slip now, Ben McKinney. And there's one in at gully as well. It's quite close in at gully. If it is gonna carry, it's gonna fly. Colin Ackerman in there, I believe.
Yeah, a couple of good catches behind the wicket yesterday. One from Ackerman to bring up Colleen's 5, and another one from Emilio Gay in the gully. Really sharp chances.
Rain in again, defended again by Abel. I do think it's one of cricket's greatest sights. Just an absolute screamer of a catch.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes in the World Cup or Andrew Strauss in 2005. Stokesy at Trent Bridge. Pure skill and athleticism.
Yeah, it was a pretty steady grab by Brooke yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, alluded to that one earlier. And Ollie Popes, although it didn't count, in its short leg. Off a no ball, equally impressive. Durham would love one of those. Ben McKinney and Colin Ackerman, the two ready and waiting. That one, maybe just the first signs of one keeping a touch low from Ben Rain.
That's where Vic's just going to press the magic buttons up in the old score box. Start to open a few cracks up.
Well, if he can press that same button that he did for the last session of the Notts match, then this game is sure to turn. A batting wicket for 11 sessions turned to absolute chaos in the evening on day 4. That's flicked away by Tom Abel, who will have to settle for the single. That brings the end to the 14th Ben Rain over, one off it. His figure's now 1 for 30 off his 14, and Somerset 146 for 3.
Yeah, good question around the wind. Who does it affect more, the batters or the bowlers? It'll affect both. It's quite hard to run into a blustery wind. This wind is more across the ground from kind of west to east. Left to right as you're... Well, they just changed the camera on me there. That'll be right. So left to right as you're looking on the screen. That can affect your backlift a little bit and your balance. Sometimes if you've got your back to the wind, you'll feel like you're being pushed across to the off stump. It's just awful. I think the wind is probably, I don't mind. Sometimes I don't mind if it's cold. I don't mind if even a bit of rain in the air. I love it when it's hot. But when it's windy, it's just bloody awful, really. Especially sitting watching in the wind. I think it's horrible. Mitchell Killeen back into the attack from the Lumley end. Right on the money first ball.
As a fast bowler especially, the run-up is such a precise and measured thing, and it's how you get your momentum and your rhythm.
Yeah.
And I imagine the wind really can offset that as well.
Absolutely.
A great catch is a wonderful sight, but a cartwheeling stump is even better, and I think it's hard to argue with that one. Simon and Mitch Killeen would love that sight right now. What's your favourite sight on a cricket pitch?
Yeah, a fast bowler.
Oh, yeah.
Just somebody with genuine pace. Somebody like a Mark Wood running in and knocking them over. Even just the anticipation of a fast bowler, the keeper standing miles back.
You always get that when Woody comes on.
Yeah.
There's just that gentle hum around the ground as it's announced that he's coming on to bowl, and everyone immediately glancing up at the speed gun on the scoreboard.
If I'm playing, I love to see the over rate really tick on, so we can get off the field as quick as we can. Our club goal aim is to bowl 20 in an hour.
See on your screen there, Alex Lee's basically on the wicket.
Yeah, almost presenting himself to us.
And perhaps more from your side of the world, Ash, I think the sight of Brett Lee steaming into bowl, absolutely magnificent.
That spell he bowled at the whacker. Did he clean up Carberry, and then I think before that he might have cleaned up Alex Tudor? It's not nice. Like you say, fast bowlers just get the adrenaline pumping. This is tucked away nicely by Abel out into the leg side. He'll pick up another single.
You'll be able to see on your screen in a minute, and you may have seen there, Colin Ackerman joining Alex Lees on the other side of the wicket.
Yeah, just trying to put something different in the batter's minds. 2 catches short on the leg side.
Plate of sandwiches is also a nice sight, quite right too.
We don't get teas as much anymore. I don't know if the guys down south have cricket teas for club cricket. This is guided away by Lammerby, but can't beat the wingspan of Ben McKinney in the gully. That ends another over, the 45th, 147 for 3.
No, I do think it's one of the worst hangovers.
Beef, you are kidding me, right?
One of the worst hangovers of COVID is the lack of cricket teas. I think working from home has been something that's become more popular since then, people realising they can do that. For some reason, cricket clubs all around the country have decided that they don't have to do cricket teas anymore. Yeah. That's half the reason anyone plays this game.
Yeah. Jim says he had a lovely tea down in Somerset yesterday.
Ben Rain in again. Stump to Tom Abel. He blocks it away to Daniel Hogg. I think another key aspect of this is the drinks break and the cordial ratios.
Oh,
Crucial.
crucial.
What are you going for? Are you going strong or weak?
Well, just stronger than weak, and sometimes I'm a bit of a rebel. It's about the temperature as well. So a lot of the grounds in the northeast, you'll have orange and you'll have a black currant option.
Correct. Ben Rain in again, blocked very solidly again from Tom Abel.
So I go half and half.
Half orange, half black currant.
Yeah. I mean, call me whatever you want, but it is incredible.
Maverick. Wow.
I'm naming it tropical.
How's that come about?
Boredom a lot of the time. Sometimes might have been that one had half a cup left and I was stuck with the other.
Yeah.
But there's a cordial in Australia, lime cordial. Oh, I absolutely love it. You just can't get it here.
Lime cordial?
Yeah.
Looking in the wrong places.
No, different. Very different.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
Blocked again solidly by Tom Abel.
The lime cordial in Australia almost looks like original fairy liquid colour rather than the very lime light green that you get here, that you might put in a beer if you're a bit weird. My wife drinks lager and lime. It's disgraceful. But yeah, lime. I think it might be called lime cooler or something like that. Incredible.
Is that used for drinks breaks down under?
I'll tell you what we used to do for drinks in Australia is we used to freeze them overnight and let them melt during the day.
Gotta say, I played a season last year in the Victorian Sub-Districts Leagues. I was quite disappointed, really, by the drinks breaks.
Really?
Yeah. Not much on offer.
What?
Yeah. Maybe it's better over in WA.
Yeah, I don't know.
Occasional teas, though. Often
bring your own items to tea.
Often a bring your own, but sometimes put on for us once or twice.
Get some lamingtons and some barbecue shapes at tea normally. The captain normally having to bring 5 or 6 items himself because half the team forgets.
Flicked off the pads for no run. No, what was my tea? I'd normally have a couple of sandwiches. Ham and mustard goes down a treat. Then we'd have a juice, just perk me up a bit, and
an energy drink.
No, none of that. Piece of fruit, an apple, and probably a breakfast bar type thing.
There you go. Robinson's orange squash is good. Yeah, like I said, I think we mixed that one with the old black currant.
Ben Rain, final ball of this over, and once again blocked by Tom Abel for a maiden. I think personally, you've been in the field for 20 overs, been bowling, running about in the sun. I'd like a strong cordial, strong orange cordial, yeah.
Sometimes it gets too strong, and if it's not cold enough, though, it makes you more thirsty after you've drunk it. You've got to be really careful with your ratios and your temperature.
Yeah. So if we're going 100% is just way too strong, 0% is basically water. We're going 60% is where I'm at.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe have some water on the side as well.
Just in case.
Just in case. Out of those big plastic cups that you get back in sort of year 1.
Yeah, like the school cups, aren't they? Colleen around the wicket. 147 for 3.
The nuances of amateur cricket.
Yeah, it's so important though. Like a club's reputation is absolutely on the line by not only the ground that you play on, but it used to be by the tees.
Yeah.
You used to dread going to some places. It might have been a really good place to bat or to bowl, but if it was a dreadful tee, you'd almost be like, oh man. And absolutely, if it's the right drinks ratio is so crucial.
On the flip side, though, if it's a club renowned for a good tee, as soon as the fixtures come out, that's where I'm looking.
Yeah, you get the highlighter out. That's what I'm not going to lie. I love playing at home at Chesley Street. My last club, Washington, also did really good tees. Oh, that's driven slightly in the air, but Lammerby will pick up another single as Dan Hogg's cap goes flying off with the wind. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I reckon that everybody that's listening to this can think of 2 or 3 clubs where you go, yeah, good tees. Real good tees.
Well, I wonder what the state of play at Banks Homes Riverside will be come tea today. Half an hour to go till lunch.
Will we get there?
Somerset requiring 117. Durham, 7 wickets. Just a little break in play as Tom Abel removes his helmet to spit onto the ground, it looked like.
Yeah. Get him out now. That's disgraceful.
Not
behaviour.
one for the purist, is it?
I just copped a fly or something. Oh, clean. Right on the money.
Mojo with you on the Aussie lime cordial ash.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a lime milkshake, though?
Yeah.
Is that a thing, right?
Yeah.
Thoughts, feelings?
I love it. Love it. Love lime. I'm a huge citrus man.
Durham sticking with the aggressive field. Alex Lees and Colin Ackerman stood almost with a foot on the wicket. Just getting in the line of sight of the 2 Somerset bats out in the middle.
Great idea that, John. Lots of clubs are putting on a post-match curry or something to that effect to keep people in the bar and having a couple of beers after the game. Great idea.
Get yourself down to Durham City. The
Well, they've
clubhouse.
got an Indian restaurant, haven't they?
Yeah,
in
clubhouse is partner with an Indian restaurant,
Yeah.
and if you go at the end of
right
the day,
up my street, that.
normally have some freebies going.
Oh, sign me up.
Some samosas or such.
Sign me up. Ends another over. 47 done. Batting looking pretty comfortable out there. Abel on 7. Lammonby on 54. Somerset just 27. Went all New Zealand there. 5 and 6 and 6 and 7. 26 minutes away now from the lunch break.
Doing your best to entice Matt Henry to the crease.
Yeah.
For the minute, though, he's safely tucked away in the sheds. It's Tom Abel and Tom Lammonby out in the middle. And for Durham, it's Ben Rain with ball in hand from the Finkel end. It's short. May even be too short. It's a wide overhead height. Quite a lot of effort put into that from Ben Rain to get it up that high.
Yeah, it was on its way down as it got to Ollie Robinson. Like that post-match curry for the home team, pre-match curry for the visitors. I'd be happy with either, to be honest.
And that wide ball, another freebie for Somerset, brings up 150 to their total. Just under 50 overs. The target now just 115 more. It's Ben Rain back onto the front foot. And Tom Abel has looked ever so solid on that forward defence. He's not scored quickly, but he doesn't need to score quickly. The required run rate under 0.7 for Somerset. And the key to this game is wicket. So if these two can stay at the crease and plug along, keep ticking down the runs.
And that is the problem with a good cricket tee if you're fielding second and you can't properly load up.
Fill again from Ben Rain. Solidly blocked again from Tom Abel. Oh, it's the joy of batting second as a lower order bat.
Yeah.
Park
Filling
yourself by
boots.
the bench and clean up.
I had a nightmare the other week. We were at Chesley Street. We're playing South Northumberland. And I wasn't playing, I was coaching, so I'd done all the warm-ups, sat and watched us bat. Then got the lads ready to go in the field. At the end of that, went and got some food. Absolutely filled my boots thinking that I'd have a lazy afternoon. By the time I'd finished my food, one of our bowlers was injured and I was standing out on the field.
Short again from Rain. Hooked away in half a hand from Graham Clark. Looks like he's going to save at least one run. And it's good work in the ring. And Ben Rain, going back to the short ball. Tom Abel has looked so solid on the front foot. Durham just trying whatever they can now. as we've seen from the fielding placements and lately from Ben Rain. Just doing whatever they can to try and make a breakthrough.
God, the scone debate is back. I'm just going warm cheese scone. Bit of butter melted in. Yeah, good. I'm with you, PC. The Southwest lot, very, very precious over jam or cream first.
Offside packed, 2 slips, 3 in close. Sorry, 1 slip a gully. And then Emilio Gay and Graham Clark both in close. You can just about see Emilio Gay on your screen, shining the ball in his sleeve. A more conventional tactic to the front of the shirt from Miguel Pretorius. And then Graham Clark just over his right shoulder. And just 1 out deep in the leg side of Ben Rain does choose to go short. So it looks like it's going to be full and outside off. And it's full and it's over the top of the stumps and well left alone by Tom Lamby. Short leg, question mark, not for the minute. Everyone packed around the offside. 1 sweeper as well. Just the 3 out on the leg side for Tom Lammonby. And he finds the gap through the packed offside down to third man. And James Minto does the work. Sorry, it's Mitch Colleen out there, does the work.
Knew it was 2 immediately, didn't he? As soon as he got it past the infield. Durham need a lift here. Just going through the motions a little bit.
Yeah, certainly felt just a bit stale. 20 minutes to go for lunch. Bowling changes not causing too much trouble, and Alex Lees will be racking his brain now for ways to unsettle this pair.
I tell you, I've never tried Vegemite on a cheese scone. Not against that. Mitchell Colleen. Right on the money.
That really is crossing cultures.
Yeah.
Quintessential Aussie with quintessential British.
Rogue, that, isn't it? That's a bit of me, that. That's controversial. With my mixed cordial. What have you got for us, Durham? Really crucial 20 minutes before lunch. Colleen doing his best, charging in, and a missed field from David Beddingham allows Able to scramble through for another single. You're absolutely right. Durham do need to turn it on. Somerset cruising at the moment.
And Ben McKinney took a good grab yesterday, but he's now out of the cordon. Ollie Robinson cutting a lonely figure behind the sticks, and he moves into the offside.
Oh, that is controversial. Good from Colleen. Peanut butter on a cheese scone. Wow. That's taking my Vegemite and taking it another level altogether. I haven't lived. You're right. Maybe I haven't. I do like Vegemite and cheese. Lovely in a toasty. Bit of lava. Cutting. Oh,
It's great hands.
Beautifully fielded that time by Beddingham.
Really good stop.
Just in front of him.
I'm a massive fan of peanut butter. I think it belongs almost everywhere, including straight spoon to mouth. But
oh, there you go.
I'm not sure a scone is the place for it, to be honest.
There you go. Have you tried it?
Haven't, to be fair. No.
Rip in. Stop picking up Somerset. I'm so sorry.
It's hard not to big up Somerset, who are just plugging along really nicely at the minute, and I think you'd have to say Asher on top.
Yeah, for me, they're cruising. Absolutely cruising at the moment. The pitch seems to have really flattened out. Day 3, you would expect it to be good for batting. This ball now is just about 50 overs old. So there's probably no better time to be batting in this match. 110 required for Somerset. 7 wickets required for Durham. And Tom Abel looks like he is setting in for bed and breakfast.
Have we had Vic on yet this match?
No, we haven't. We haven't.
No word from groundsman. What do you think he'd be saying? Do you think he'd be happy with the pitch he's provided?
I think so. I think it's offered something. Oh, there's Jimmy Neesham in the house. Exciting signing for Durham. Maybe he could have been a concussion substitute. But Jimmy Neesham going to be part of Durham's T20 Blast squad. Huge character in the game. Looking forward to watching him go about his work over the next few weeks. Oof.
Cut away. And cut away all the way to the ropes. And it's an offside field. And it's a packed offside. But Tom Lammonby will be helping himself to that short and wide from Mr. Consistent. And Durham are just maybe taking their finger off the pulse here. And just letting Somerset really build into this. These two ticking along very nicely. 3.2 the run rate. And that one is leg side this time.
Yeah.
From Rain and flicked off the hips effortlessly from Lammonby.
I can tell you my name, Neil, if you would like. Just asking for the name of the commentators. We've got, Sam Dalling isn't with us today. He's on duty with Newcastle United, just up the road. You have me, Ash Thorpe. And George, I'm going to have to get you Gomberts.
Smashed it.
Yeah, happy with that?
Close enough. Ben Rain, how does he come back from this one? As he often does. Back on his line and length. That's what he does best. He's experimented in the last over with some short pitch bowling. He seems to have canned that one for the minute. A fairly modest crowd compared to what we had for the first day on this bank holiday weekend. Ben Rain runs in, wind on back. And Tom Abel, for about the 39th time in his innings, blocks solidly. And those who are here tend to be layered up. We've got blankets over to our right and beanies over to our left. And out in the middle in the sun, well, I'd suggest pullovers is the name of the game, but not for Ben Rain. Short sleeves and the sun reflecting off his dome as he runs in for fifth delivery, full outside off stump and just dabbed into the offside, and it's a clever single from Somerset. Tom Abel dashing away to the non-striker's end as soon as he hit it and brings on Lammonby for the last ball of the over.
Oh, you'll have to get me down to Taunton when the opposition are batting well. I'll try and talk up a few Somerset wickets for you. Yeah, it's a bit harsh on the bald head. It's a good looking thing, that, I reckon. Some of us are just follically challenged.
There's no abuse there.
His sun was shining off his head, to be fair.
In the same way that I commented on Daniel Hogg's luscious blonde locks, I didn't get hair abuse for that. Just stating a fact. And that brings the end of the Ben Rain over. Somerset just ticking away, 161 for 3 as the wind continues to blow at Banks Homes Riverside on day 3 of this county championship fixture. Somerset requiring 104 runs to win, ticking away towards double figures, and Durham in dire need here of a wicket, and they're doing everything they can.
Ollie Robinson up to the stumps now to Mitchell Killeen. This is nicely late cut away. Out to Graham Clark in the deep, and he'll pick up another single. Yeah, the weather looks okay. I'd love to say that the rain is going to save Durham, but I don't think we're going to get any kind of And if we do get any showers, I think it will just be showers. The wind is really strong and it's going to blow through any kind of weather. What's happening to our flag? We'll get a flag update. Oh my God, is the flag still there? That is the question. We'll try and get a flag update for our Somerset viewers.
I think it's just about clinging on.
Yeah.
Draped over the roof.
I'm not sure you actually want to see it.
No, it's certainly not been tended to.
Flag watch. There she is.
There we
Is she
go.
in the window now? Maybe they've trapped it in the window to make sure it doesn't blow away.
Trying to creep inside.
Good tactics. Very good tactics.
Has been some thought for the flag.
In the Velux window. Nice and straight from Colleen. Great camera work, guys. Fielders everywhere in front of Tom Lammonby's eye line. 2 catches either side of the wicket, 1 at cover. Mid-wicket quite close as well. This one will be tucked away into the leg side, and you would have to say that Durham's bowling attack is just looking a little bit tired as this game heads toward lunch on day 3. Just 12 minutes away now. Somerset 102 behind.
Is there a bit of turn and bounce to come on this pitch, Lockie? Well, it played like a trampoline for the first 2 days, but it's really settled down today, and Colin Ackerman had a go with the finger spinners, but not to much avail. Although he did bring up the wicket.
He did. And that brings up a boundary, and from a Somerset point of view, brings the lead into double figures.
The Ackerman wicket coming less so from the pitch and more so just from James Rew prodding it into the offside. There's not been too much for the spinner in this 4th and final innings. There's not been masses in it for the seamer. These 2 Somerset batters going along very nicely.
Colleen on the money on this occasion. What can Durham do? Something a little bit different maybe before lunch, just to try and get another breakthrough. But at the moment, Somerset cruising is probably the word that I've used. I've used that a couple of times beforehand. And you'd have to say they're going to try Minto. Yeah, the Durham flag, I think, a little bit lighter than Polly's 5 kilo flag up there. Maybe a bit more used to the wind up here in Chesley Street as well. So it's still flying, still trying its best.
Well, Ash, when Minto started this morning at the Lumley end, you suggested maybe the Finkel end was to his favour, with the wind coming across him left to right. And Alex Lees, after about 45 minutes, takes your word for it. And it is going to be a change of bowling. Ben Rain coming out the attack, and the 17-year-old left armer, James Minto, coming in from the Finkel end. Over the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby. The wind pushing this left to right, away from the bat. It's short and straight, flicked off the hips for a single. And Minto, now to the right-hander, looks so dangerous against Notts, bowling a few absolute corkers, just pushing it away from the right-hander, swinging it back in, and then managing to seam it away. And he'd love one of those right now. And he does shape the ball nicely in the air. I think you mentioned yesterday, or you or Sam, a comparison to Sam Curran.
Yeah, lots of similarities, I think.
And I've thought the same. He does almost scuttle through in the same way. Not much of a leap in his delivery stride. More of a scurry of anything. And just that booming in swing and quite a low arm, quite a low delivery arm, skids it through.
I think he'll look at himself in that similar role as well with the bat.
That's a short ball, and perhaps too short. The umpires have a look at each other but decide it's just below head height.
All he's saying, as a Somerset fan, they've never cruised to anything, ever. I don't believe that for a minute. Is this the year for Somerset? Matt Henry joining in the last couple of games. If they get home, this would be 3 wins on the trot.
Defended by Tom Abel as the Toblerones in front of us just start to move again in the wind.
Sorry, I'm trying to give Somerset some love here, genuine love, and I'm copping it. Not true, Brian, not true. Not at all.
You're getting pelters,
I
Ash.
know.
And it's Minto looking to deliver the pelters from the Finkel end over the wicket to Tom Abel. He's just not quite settled on the line and length yet. Slightly dragged that down. Abel couldn't put it away. Drove it out to the man who's been replaced, Ben Rain, in the covers.
Appreciating all the love and the comments. We're really lucky. We love what we do. Get to watch cricket and talk you through the day. Talk a lot of rubbish at times, but thanks for sticking with us.
And that's not rubbish from Tom Abel.
Wow.
It is absolutely creamed to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And it was short from James Minto. Looked a little stuck in the hand. And Tom Abel, who's been fairly defensive in this knock, is not going to miss out on that. Swivels and pulls it away, leaving Graham Clark absolutely no chance of stopping that before the ropes. And he moves on to 19. And this target to win now in the low 90s. Just 93 to get for Somerset, and Durham, more so than ever, are absolutely desperate to make this 4 down before lunch. 53 minutes past 12, just 7 to go before the interval. And it's going to be Colin Ackerman back into the attack.
I've just asked about the replays there, Brian. We did have an issue with it. It was fixed, but now it looks like we're not getting... Maybe we're only replaying Durham wickets. Ackerman in. Skipper trying to create some energy in the field.
These two just taking the energy out of the Durham outfit.
There's a naughty cloud to the north, but I think that's already gone past us. Yeah, somebody just commenting there, that does look showery. Can we ask Vic to install some mini landmines under it? Yep, well, we can ask. We can ask.
I think it's a tough ask. Don't ask, don't get.
Nice change of pace there from Ackerman, a little bit slower.
I think Lewis Gregory and the rest of the Somerset outfit might try and stop us before we get there.
100%. This one on the back foot.
And the numbers on the stream going up, so I figure there may be some people who haven't been following the matches closely, and if you haven't, Durham's bowling attack has been chopped and changed since day one. Cody Youssef struck on the lid and replaced by Daniel Hogg.
The one-eyed replay bot, I like that. No hurry at all, Lammonby. 5 minutes before lunch. Little bit of confusion.
The Middlesex commentators getting told that they talk too much about traffic on the North Circular, maybe taking too many notes.
I hope they haven't listened to this one about cheese scones and Marmite and Vegemite and peanut butter.
Certainly taking notes out of the Henry Blofeld book of commentary over at Lord's.
Yeah, you can see that cloud off into the distance in the north. I think that's already blown past us.
It's going to be young Minty again. James Minto from the Finkel end, just having a little talk with Alex Lees, and he bowled so impressively. So you can see the flag flying in the wind. Bowled so impressively against Notts. Picking up a few wickets. And he would love another wicket here. Tom Abel at the other end. Drive to Alex Lees and pushes through for a quick single. And they get through fairly comfortably. It's smart running, and Durham need to put the pressure on Somerset, but at the at this moment in time. It's the other way around, and those quick singles only making Durham think more and more. Somerset certainly look on top at the minute. Durham flag hanging on for dear life, and at the minute this Durham team look to be hanging on a little bit as well. A wicket needed, a heavy leg side field for James Minto, and it is short and it is pulled. He doesn't quite fall into the trap, does Tom Lammonby? It's pulled with a degree of care for a couple of bounces out to the ropes for a walked single. And now they migrate over to the leg side for Tom Abel.
Yeah, looks like they're going to have a bit of a short pitch bowling theory. Just before lunch, a little bit of effort from Minto, who copped quite a bit of short pitch bowling himself last night. It's hit in the head. A pretty solid blow from Pretorius.
That one on a good line of length though from Minto. I wonder if there will be another short ball here. Graham Clark. And is it Mitch Colleen standing quite close to each other over at sort of a deep square and fine leg, ready and waiting for a top edge off a hook shot. Minto round the wicket. Full again. Tom Abel blocks again. And that is a pattern of play we've seen countless times throughout the last 2 hours. Tom Abel looking more so than his name suggests at the minute. Looking very comfortable out there. As Emilio Gay pushes out onto the ropes as well. So it's now 3 sweeping on the leg side, ready and waiting. Is this one going to be short from James Minto, or is it all going to be a ruse? Comes around the wicket. And it is full, and it's almost yorked Tom Abel. And it's a really good nut. And the Somerset bat has got nowhere near it, as we just see dust flying off the wicket.
It's a huge gust of wind there.
From the wind.
So Chris Talbot said, would it be a tactic for Durham to release the flag as Lammonby takes a quick single?
Run out enveloped in heraldry. Wow.
Why not?
That'll be one for the Wisden cricket book, I reckon. Straight full again from Minto. No run again. The short ball ploy, all a ruse in the end. 2 off the over, but more importantly for both these teams, no wicket. And 12:59 on the scoreboard. Looks like they may well be sprinting round for one more token over of spin before lunch.
They're holding the flag hostage. I love this. Looks like there is some rain up there to the north. That cloud looks like there is rain falling up there, but I can tell you it's well in the distance. Ackerman round the wicket. Last over before lunch. Lammonby just pushes into the offside. Nice area and nicely defended out into the offside. This has been a really good session for Somerset. They lost the early wicket of Gregory. Was caught behind by Robinson off the bowling of rain for 30. That left Somerset 73 for 2 and gave Durham a glimmer of hope. And then a really nice partnership between James Rue and Lammonby before Rue was caught by Alex Lee's chipping one. Well, probably out of character for him. His innings look really fluent. Off the bowling of Ackerman. He went for 31 and that left Somerset 128 for 3. And again, the door was just left ajar. But this partnership has been excellent from these two. 174 for 3 we stand at. 91 required for victory. Lammonby had probably a little bit of a loose 5 to 10 minute spell. He's on 65. He's fought through that. And it looks like he's about to go to lunch. Not out. And he is. That ends the over. A maiden over. That is negotiated really nicely by Lammonby. And Tom Abel and Lammonby head to lunch with Somerset 174 for 3. Just 91 required for victory. And Durham have it all to do. We'll be back in just over half an hour with session 2 of day 3. It may well be the last session of the game. Well, welcome back to the second session of day 3, possibly the last session of the match. As Somerset, 174 for 3, resume their innings. Tom Lammonby? Is it Tom Lammonby? It is, isn't it? And Tom Abel, the 2 Toms. Got confused there. The not-out batsmen as they stride down the stairs and join the Durham fielders out on the ground. Just 91 needed for victory. Yeah, sorry, Amy, I got myself all confused there. Alex Lee's floppy hat's already gone for a little journey. And I think if we go on flag watch, if we can get that up there, let's see if he's up there. He's just resuming, trying to anchor himself down in the high winds. I think the flag is safe and being taken down.
Can't see a flag myself.
When 2 Toms go to war, love that. Yeah, it's a team of Toms. Daniel Hogg is going to, I think, Polly, I hope it's safe. Amy, I'm sure she's safe and sound. If not, it's flown somewhere. I hope you've got an air tag or something on it, a GPS tracker. But Somerset, 91 required. Durham need a bit of magic to start the session, and will it be Daniel Hogg?
Well, in the last couple of matches, Durham have been pretty good at getting wickets straight after the break. Will that be the case again? Dog. Hogg into Abel. Dog.
The dog.
Rooster still on my mind. Hogg into Abel. Defends for no run.
I don't know if it's normal behaviour, but we have a WhatsApp group set up that is called Rooster. So there's various family members, including some that are overseas, in my defence, just so they can keep an eye on the progress of the young rooster. I don't know if that's normal. It's probably not.
My first thought was a WhatsApp group just so you could offload walking duties.
No, definitely not.
Hogg far from offloading duties here. In fact, he's taken them on. Concussion substitute for Cody Youssef, who was whacked pretty good on the head by Miguel Pretorius and continued to bat and then continued to bowl before showing some signs of concussion and was rightfully removed from the field. Safety first. And Daniel Hogg in the blowing wind is his replacement, running in from the Finkel end. And it's full down the leg side. Through to Ollie Rabu, moves his feet. Takes the catch.
Just a few raindrops hitting our window, but I don't think there's anything to be alarmed about. Bright blue skies around us. I think we might be just catching the tail of something as it flies across the ground.
Off the inside portion of the bat, skewed away to deep square where Graham Clark throws it back in, and just a single for Tom Abel to get moving again after his lunch. I don't know what you had actually. We had a lovely Sunday roast.
Oh, it was good too. Well done to the chefs here at the Riverside. Enjoyed that.
Not sure if the players will be on a slightly stricter diet. Round the wicket.
Oh, it's a strange follow through from Dan Hogg. Little double hop right down the middle of the pitch. Good tactics.
And Durham really need a breakthrough. 90 to win for Somerset, and after 13 wickets on the first day, 18 in the second, it's just been 2 wickets in that first session. Lewis Gregory was the first to depart at the hands of Ben Rain. And Colin Ackerman got James Rue, but it's been an innings so far of partnerships. Not one failure so far, or really just put on the runs between them. I'll have some more specific numbers for you. The first wicket fell for 35, the second for 73, the third for 128, and currently unbeaten, these two, 175. So Durham not able to get any wickets in quick succession. Colin Ackerman hoping that changes.
Yeah, hopefully able to use the rough of Dan Hogg's size 12s as he hopped, skipped and jumped down the middle of the pitch in the last over. Desperate times for Durham. We've seen a lot of that. Tom Abel, solid in defence throughout the morning.
With the required rate just above half a run and over, there's no reason for Tom Abel to do anything else.
Yeah, I love that. Imagine if they went at that rate. Like, we're still here tomorrow night. Abel, again, solidly in behind that one. Tucks it away to the skipper, Alex Lees, at mid-wicket. Durham going to have to use their imagination here and picking up a fourth Somerset wicket. And Abel gets this one away into the leg side. And we'll get a single. Another little milestone there. 89. Now required for victory. Lammerby can't beat Alex Lees in the covers.
Strange how the pitch has just died down.
Yeah, I think there's a few factors, isn't there? I think the ball's now a little bit older. The overheads are really good. It's nice from Ackerman.
I think a bit of rain has just added some moisture into it.
Yeah, lots of things. You would expect the pitch to get better as the game goes on. And it's a really good period of the game for Somerset as they're trying to close in on victory.
Daniel Hogg again from the Finkel end. Really not played much cricket at all, and I wonder if things would be different if Cody Youssef was still in the attack, but no point pondering that, as it's not the case. And Hogg has been called in at very late notice. As you said, Ash pulled out of another game to come into this one.
Yeah. Opening the batting yesterday. Probably got dismissed and then headed down from Newcastle.
He stepped up when needed, and he's not bowled badly by any stretch of the imagination. It's full and clipped off the pads, and it's going to take some stopping for Minto, who can't quite get there, and it crosses the Toblerone-less boundary rope for another 4, and that brings up another 50 partnership for Somerset. Lammonby getting 21 of them, and his namesake Tom Abel 26 in 110 balls. They haven't rushed it, they haven't needed to. Tom Abel 26 off 63, ticking along very nicely. As once again shapes up nicely and blocks into the offside.
Yeah, Brian talking about something called the Lambton Worm. I believe it's local to the Chesley Street area. There's a folk song and all sorts involved in it.
Durham starting this session as they finish the last with Ackerman from the Lumley end and Hogg here from the Finkel end. Of course, the experienced Ben Rain is spearheading this attack, and he's supported by youngsters all around him. And there are some questions whether he might come back into the attack after lunch, but at the minute he's stationed at mid-on. Cap on his head. Just supporting his fellow seamer, verbally at the minute. And at the minute, Simon is after some chocolate-related puns. We've got Minto brackets E, Toblerone, and any others. Do let us know.
I've got nothing. Cider Junkie saying his gran used to sing the Bladen Races. That's Durham's team song here. A little bit divisive. It's also a song familiar up at St James's Park. Not so popular amongst the Sunderland fans.
It's a full ball. It's a full toss and just flicked off the pads away to Graham Clark. It was sung superbly in the changing rooms after the Notts win.
Oh yeah.
Bats banging on the ground, hearty voices. It's a well-earned win. Went down to the penultimate over. Fantastic final session. Looked like it was heading for a draw for all money. Nothing doing on the pitch until session 12 out of 12 when all chaos unfolded.
Yeah, Wicket first ball of the session. That's something that Durham really needed here today. Ackerman's going to continue from the Lumley end. Oh, and that one almost runs along the floor.
It's another hint of the variable bounce. Not seen much of it today. Let's get really low, that one.
Yeah.
Mid-shin.
Abel decides to get under the front foot rather than trying to work that away off the back foot.
Yep, served him well so far.
Again, solid. We've seen that a lot today from Tom Abel. A little bit flatter and straighter. Abel tucking that one away on the leg side. 182 now for 3. Abel moves to 28.
Feels slightly flat again, Ash.
Yeah, it does. It does. Almost a feeling of inevitability around what's happening out there.
Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of noise in the outfield. Oh, Alex Lee scurries round.
Trying to create the energy.
Trying to do his best.
Having lost Cody Youssef, you lose a bit of variation in your attack with his ball speed. Quite skiddy. A little tempter from Ackerman. Can't tempt Lammerby into a shot. That ends over number 59. 21 overs to the second new ball. Looking at any positives that we can from a Durham point of view. Somerset require just 83 to win.
Tom Abel going for an early pit stop. Taking his gloves off and rearranging bits and pieces. Pads and trousers and all sorts. As he readies himself to face up to the lengthy Daniel Hogg from the Finkel end, who hits the ground hard and Abel just comes back. Blocks into the offside, which I imagine by now is a sight that the Durham bowlers will be pretty sick of.
Yeah. Simon's asked if we think that the left-right-hand partnership have disrupted Durham's attack. What are your thoughts on that, George?
Yeah, I was going to mention that earlier. Just means that Durham have struggled to find too much consistency or build too much pressure. As Abel leaves that alone, and these two in the middle have rotated the strike really nicely.
Yeah.
And it seems that Durham haven't really settled on a plan. We've had hints of full and straight, we've had hints of short bowling, but nothing has really come to fruition. But yeah, as a bowler, if you're bowling 3 balls to the over the wicket, 3 balls around the wicket, having to change your run up, change your lines, it's definitely off-settling. And as a bowler, it's a bit of a treat when there's a left-hand combination and you get 6 balls at the same bat, as there is another single run out into the leg side. And Daniel Hogg will have to change his run up. Alex Lees will have to change the field.
That's the thing. Also, from a fielding point of view, sometimes you're having to run and change positions. So yeah, it's definitely is benefits of having a right and a left-hander at the crease.
Steered away to a deep point where Mitch Killeen, so good in the first innings. Pfeiffer on his Durham debut, on his county championship debut, with his dad in the box next to you, Ash. Great day all out. Unfortunately, not quite been able to reproduce that as of yet. Did get the first wicket. Josh Davey falling last night for 15 off the bowling of Killeen. And there's another single. His run, Emilio Gay moves again to the other side of the wicket. Daniel Hogg just checks his run up. Sweeps his hair back. Tries again. One slip waiting. There's Tom Abel yet again. Absolutely solid in defence. And there's looked like no way through that for 75 balls. We've seen plays and misses consistently throughout the first 2 days, balls nipping here and there and everywhere. But so far on day 3, for the majority of the morning session, it's been bat on ball.
Is it just me, or is anybody else getting Prince Charming vibes off Shrek for Dan Hogg?
Not far off. Do you know what Prince Charming was like with the ball?
Oh, can't be as good as Hoggy. Can't be.
That is the end of another Daniel Hogg over. 11 through for him. 3 off it. Somerset 185 for 3 and 80 to go.
Yeah, brilliant from these two. Abel on 30, Lammonby on 66. Like you said there, George, just 80 required now for Somerset. 7 wickets still in the shed. That one's tucked away nicely. It'll be at least 2. This one gets out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. David Bedingham casually getting around. Has Prince Charming ever been out on a king pair? I don't know. That's a great question.
Good bit of royalty chat.
Abel really using his bottom hand well, whipping that one away on the leg side and picking up another comfortable single. This is all becoming a little bit too easy. This is tucked away nicely behind square on the leg side by Lammonby, who touches and comes back for 2 immediately. The good work from Graham Clark is unable to prevent that second run.
Got told off last season in the field for fictional character chat.
Okay. Anything repeatable?
Oh, absolutely. I was at point. Simply asked my mate at mid-wicket that if he had to be any Mario Kart character in real life, who he would be. And the umpire said, if you want to have that chat, you can have it off the field.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that comes under his jurisdiction. Lammonby just opens up the offside and uses his bottom hand to good effect, steering that ball away out to Bedingham in the deep, picking up runs regularly here. 6 off this over so far. There you go. Ends another over. 6 from it. Just 84 required now for victory. Sorry, 74 required for victory. Abel on 33, Lammonby 69.
The chat down under was much more fluid, much Much more fluent.
Lots more four-letter words, I'm assuming, as well. If I know my countrymen.
It's random questions shouted across the outfield to keep people interested, like, what's your favourite type of tree?
Okay.
I think willow's the only acceptable answer there. Grade A English, specifically. Hogg, from the Finkel end, looking for a breakthrough. Pulled
Top
away
edge.
in the air and dropped from James Minto, who throws it back in anger because that wasn't a difficult chance. It was in the air for a while, but it's gone straight to him and he hasn't had to move. And unfortunately for the young man, the ball hits the deck. And I imagine right now he would love to just be invisible as he kicks the turf away, and to add insult to injury is replaced out on that sweeping boundary.
Easy chance missed.
And no chances there from Tom Abel. Off his pads to Graham Clark for a single. I was just changing for the right-left. Minto is back out onto the boundary. And they're the sort of catches you get in the warm-up. Just with a half bat or a foam bat, skying them towards the ropes, and you'd expect himself to catch that 10 times out of 10.
Yeah. Looking for excuses, the wind being one of them. However, I think you're right. I think if you offered him 100 of those, he's catching the best part of high 90s. Not putting many of those down. It was a pretty simple chance.
Maybe when it's not your day, it's not your day, but still time for that to change. Plenty of time left in the match. That's not an issue. The issue for Durham is they've only got 72 runs to protect. And Somerset have 7 left ready and waiting in the shed, who have looked surplus to requirement so far. Tom Abel, Tom Lammonby cruising along. Lammonby on 70 not out, facing up to Hogg and just dabs him into the gully region for no run.
Amy is trying to be nominated for Human of the Year, empathising with poor young Minto. Nobody means to drop them. And yeah, it's a pretty lonely place out there, right in front of a couple of Somerset fans by the sound of it when he dropped the catch, letting him know all about it.
Yeah, you can
very good, Simon.
Can get angry as a bowler if someone drops it off you, but there's nothing you can do. As you said, no one means to drop it, and there was a fairly muted reaction from his Durham teammates who knew the drill. And you know the most important ball in cricket, Ash?
The next one?
The next one. Flicked off the pads again from Lammonby for a single. And again, as I said, a couple of overs, just rotating the strike, 3 singles off it. And Hogg is switching here and there and everywhere, bowling over the wicket, round the wicket. And Emilio Gay is really racking up the steps, as is Graham Clark going in and out. James Minto going in and out. And Hogg just testing Abel off the front foot. Picks up another single as Ben Rain slides round and throws it back in. To mark the end of the over as Daniel Hogg walks back to the umpire, slightly just exhausted, I suggest, physically and mentally, just not able to find the breakthrough and not knowing what to do as the Durham flag continues to billow in the wind, and you can see the trees behind it as well. The wind hasn't let off all day.
Ackerman to continue from the Lumley end. Oh, and Abel just a little bit caught on the crease there. Not forward, not back. Managed to jab down on the ball. This time he walks right across his stumps and whips it away into the leg side. And Durham just unable to stop the scoring at the moment. Somerset picking up between 4 and 6 and over after the lunch break without taking much risk. There was that chance in the last over, however. But Somerset currently cruising.
Yeah, not necessarily a risk taken, just a slight false shot off the top edge. There have been remarkably few false shots in today's play. As there's a little discussion between Ackerman and Lees, just off your screen there. I think Leesy's probably saying something along the lines of, "Go on, Ackers, take a wicket, mate."
Yeah.
And Ackers saying, "I'm trying my best, Skip."
Please.
Big old Sonny's those as well. More like a visor.
This one's dabbed away to Minto. This one again tucked away into the leg side. Graham Clark gets round and does the fielding. Prevents a single. Yeah, somebody's just mentioned about the technique there. And I think he's tried to catch it too low to the ground, so technique-wise, yeah, not the greatest. However, I think that is where the wind maybe came into play, but you would still expect him to catch it anyway. Oh, edged. Flies away past Ben McKinney at slip. And if he can't reach it, nobody can. And that brings 4 more. Lammonby leading a little bit of a charmed life in the last couple of overs. And that brings up the Somerset 200. 200 now for 3, just 65 required for victory.
Yeah, he's at full stretch, McKinney. Just flown past him. I remember hearing an interesting one from Ben Stokes about a year ago, just about the mentality of elite sport. And he says, when he makes a mistake in the field, the one thing he wants more than anything is the ball to come to him as soon as possible.
It's normally the opposite, isn't it?
Yeah, some people want to hide, but those, elite mentality animals like Ben Stokes just want to prove to himself and others that he's capable, right some wrongs.
Ben Rain, the man being mentioned on the stream, and I think probably the man that we thought would start after the lunch break. He's going to have a bowl from the Finkel end.
Simon hasn't been keeping up with the stream because he was playing cricket yesterday. Go on, Si, how did you get on? Tell us the highs and lows. Always up for some village cricket stories.
Well, in the northeast, there was talk about the whole of Saturday being wiped out with weather.
Ben Rain, full, straight, fid stump line. We've seen that before, we'll see it again.
Well, it's definitely not me with the dodgy haircut because I haven't got hair. So, George, I'm not sure what he's saying about your salad, mate.
Absolutely spot on. Not long left for this world. Be joining you soon, Ash.
Yeah, nothing. Hey, it doesn't make you a bad person. That's a beautiful defence, that, isn't it? I know we've seen a lot of it, but it's a stylish defence.
Just looks so solid.
Yeah.
Just looks like absolutely no way through. Bat right next to the pad. Big stride. Playing it right under his eyes.
Simon says he left one and got knocked over, I think. It might have been the best thing that could have happened for his team. They got 330 for 5 or 40 overs. That might have been a good contribution from you, Simon.
Left alone by Abel. Shouldered arms to an inducker. What an honourable way to go.
Can happen.
Bet it had a bit of late swing. Probably seamed a mile as well. Batters always seem to get a good one.
FSM is the dog saying I'm follically challenged to pass caring. Oh, bald's the new sexy, mate. Don't worry about it.
I think that's the best way to be, pass caring, isn't it?
Unless you want to nip over to Turkey and get the old rug implanted. I'm way too old for that.
Seems like a lot of hassle, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
A lot of money, a lot of hassle. Get on with it.
Ben Rain's embracing it.
Absolutely.
Not sure if you saw in
Never been to Turkey.
a couple of tours of Zimbabwe, he's shaved the old mohawk in as well.
Off the pads and past Graham Clark, and they'll pick up at least 2 here if they really want. Could try and come back for 3. They think about it, and they do come up because there's a little bit of a fumble from Mitch Colleen. And just, I think the pressure telling out in the middle. Just slight drop of energy, perhaps.
You'd look like Wayne Rooney. Yeah, I'm quite happy. And do you know what it is? It's bloody cheaper too. I pay about 30 quid a year for a new set of clippers around Christmas and just shave the napper. Some blokes I know go and get their hair cut once a week or every 2 weeks. I'm definitely happier from a financial point of view. Yeah, I've got the upside down hair. Look, yeah, bit of a beard going on.
Rain again over the wicket, coming across the left-hander. Lammerby just fends off into the offside, and Sai with some more local tales. Been doing okay thus far this season, but 2 donuts in a row now. Officially a rut?
Ooh.
Question mark. It did swing late, but poor judgment from me. Lad reminded me several times naturally, and that would only be right. You can't leave a straight one.
Yeah.
And not get a bit of zit for it.
Couple away from the Audi, 3 away from the Olympic rings.
There was a fantastic story of this bloke in Melbourne. It was actually quite close to where I was staying. I never went to see him, but I would have loved to. Can't actually remember his full name, but I remember his nickname. And he was called Swanee.
Okay.
Because he got 7 ducks in a row, but looked more elegant than the last each one.
That's impressive.
7 elegant ducks.
You've got to nick 1 for 4, or at least haven't you? 7 in a row is impressive. Almost deliberate.
Best thing about that, his job now, bat maker and cricket coach.
Oh, there you go.
Go to Swanee, the Swanee school of how to leave a straight one, how to run yourself out.
62, the magic number for Somerset. That's all they require now. Still 7 wickets in the shed. Nicely driven and nicely fielded. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Somebody's just put about the Turkish out. I did go the other week. Treated myself to a razor. The old cutthroat on the melon and a bit of a beard trim up. Had the hot towel, and then they put that lemon kind of spray on your head. Oh, good leave. Just to make you feel alive again. Bit of alcohol in that, I think. Dab away off the back foot this time for no run. Great bottom hand from Tom Abel as he whips that one away, thinking about 2. But good fielding prevents that from happening. Just by the way he's moving, is that Bustolido's out on the field, I believe. Just going to have a little look at Solid from Somerset, solid from Ackerman, just the one from it. 204 for 3. Just 61 away from their target of 265, Somerset. When I did go to Turkey, I went and did the whole proper Turkish shave thing when they put the wax up your nose and in your ears. Man, that, you know you're alive then. Wow. Wow, what an experience that was. One and never again. Never again.
Swan Richards, the name of our friend in Victoria.
Oh, there you go.
7 elegant ducks in a row.
That is so impressive.
It's going to be Ben Rain
Going
again.
way past the Olympic rings.
Left alone by Tom Abel. Yeah, he's got the Swan Richards Cricket Academy.
What does he teach there? Fast bowling or spin bowling or something? Can't
Well,
be batting.
I've got written in my notes here how to walk off with your head held high. How to time a cover drive straight to the man. How to nick off whilst trying to respectfully defend a good one. How to leave a straight one, and how to look good without troubling the scorers.
Oh, I like it a lot.
And that is looking good. I got a bit excited. Didn't see the man out there for one.
Yeah, you've got a bit of a window frame, just probably right where that fielder is for you.
David Bellingham just picking it up. He did look lovely for
It was
one.
a lovely shot. I wonder if anybody else has had the pleasure of getting the old wax up the nostrils, man. Honestly.
We found out about Swan Richards for 7 ducks, and then I was later nicknamed the Signet. I won't tell you why.
How many in a row did you get? Come on.
I actually didn't get any. Oh, no, that season. I just love the Swan chat. Short again. Oof. And pulled away for a single. And I'll tell you why I got the nickname. That's because Swan Richards looks elegant for, well, without any positive reinforcement to the team. And I looked, my speciality was being in the cordon and just diving at anything which went vaguely near us, just to try and create a bit of pressure. So I was said to be looking elegant for slip catches which were never
chance.
in danger. Defended again by Abel for no run. That's where you want to be in the cordon, isn't it?
That's where the action is, or not so.
That's where the chat is, more importantly.
Sometimes it's good just to get out on the boundaries. Some rubbish chat in cricket. Absolute rubbish chat. I love the bingo. The old one brings 2, put 2 on it. If somebody says that and the score was this at the moment, I go, yeah, come on, lads, let's make it 208 for 3. Because it's just absolute rubbish getting spouted left, right and centre on a cricket field.
My favourite one was actually from the Swan Richards game when...
Oh, so you actually played against him as well?
No, the Swan Richards game, in the game in which we discovered about his elegance. His hats are flying everywhere.
Yeah, we'll have to call this game off. We'll call it a draw. Can't play in these conditions.
14-year-old. A bat hit one over the top, one bounce 4. A 14-year-old shouted, "Good players go twice." Next ball, straight up in the air. Ben Rain, last ball of the over. Defended by Tom Abel, no run. He sits on 41 off 97. His partner, Tom Lammonby, 76 off 130. And Somerset, 206 for 3.
Oh, rhubarb. How long does it take for a pec injury to recover? Quite a while, I would have thought. That sounds bloody painful. Oof.
No relation to Viv Richards.
Incredible.
Should think not.
Oh, there's the context. Michael's had a full body wax for a triathlon once, and he blew a peck on the open water swim after less than a mile. There's a lesson there. Going to see a change of bowling from the Lumley end. It'll be James Minto into the attack.
Well, last time out against Notts, Cody Youssef dropped a catch at fine leg, came into the attack and took a wicket. James Minto would love to do the same.
We've even got people listening in from Malaysia, which is awesome. Got Blainer there, who was originally from Somerset, from Western-super-Mare. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. And as a Somerset fan, I think you'll be absolutely thrilled with what you're seeing on our pictures.
Oh, wow.
And that is a wide at least.
That's maybe the widest head height ball I've seen this season.
Like the one-legged duck swimming in circles there. Poor Michael, sorry.
And Durham really need a wicket now.
Yeah.
58 to win for Somerset.
Minto needs to lift his body language here as well. Lots to learn for the young fella as the ball gets thrown over his head for good measure. Alex Lee's arms folded. This is pulled away. Pulled away well in front of square, all the way along the carpet for 4. Lovely shot by Lammonby, who moves on to 80. And Somerset on to 211 for 3. Man, we've got Costa Rica. It's all going on here. This is awesome. We've had the Southern Hemisphere a lot with Australia and New Zealand. They're probably well tucked up in bed now. But this is awesome. Thanks for joining us, guys. Well over 3,000 on the stream as Somerset march towards victory. There's 54 now required. This is a late cut. And no fielder moves. The Somerset balcony getting a little bit rowdy now, as you would expect, encouraging their batters. There's back-to-back boundaries from Tom Lammonby. He moves on to 84.
Yeah, 2 classy shots in a row. One off the back foot, or 2 off the back foot. One in front of square, one behind square. That's a really elegant shot, seeing it well. Tom Lammonby.
We've got Conrad in Christchurch, who has a teething baby who doesn't want to sleep. Just put some headphones on and mate, let her listen to us. That'll soon send her off to sleep. Got Bermuda. This is incredible.
I remember
loving this.
Reading the live text, one of the test matches over the Ashes just gone.
Tries to repeat that Lammonby. Can't beat Ackerman.
Someone's wife was very pleasantly surprised that they'd taken on baby duties for 5 days in a row. Not knowing, of course, that late night test matches was the name of the game.
Got Andrew Harding also in Malaysia. It's fantastic. And much better bouncer that from Minto. Just the 50 required now.
.87 put on between these two. Came to the crease at 128 for 3. And
a comfortable leave, yeah.
So solid since.
9 off that Minto over. 50 required.
Well, there was somebody on the chat at the start of the day who predicted a Somerset win by 5 wickets. And that certainly doesn't look out the equation. Although at the minute, these two don't look like getting out themselves. Tom Abel coming to the crease after the departure of James Root. And it's looked great value for his 41 since then. But Ben Rain hoping to change that from the Finkel end. And Abel's going to pick up a single into the leg side. And it's tough on Rain. He's lost one of his bowlers to injury, and he's really the only vastly experienced seamer out of this bunch, and no doubt is taking on a brunt of the responsibility.
I think we're getting big Somerset vibes here on this live chat now. I'm not surprised that you're all tuning in. We've got California. Where else have we got there? Honduras, Bristol, Washington DC.
Going to pick up another single. Out to Mitch Killeen. And again, we've talked about it before, Ash. These two are so competent at just rotating the strike. And especially so with that left-right combination, just making Durham constantly change the field, making the bowler change their angle, and just never letting the bowling team settle. In contrast, the visitors have looked very settled, at least these two have at the crease.
Valencia and Walsall. What a combination. That is Valencia and Walsall.
Tropical.
Lots of Somerset love on the stream, as you would expect. Well over 3,000 of you tuning in. We thank you for watching. And we've got somebody in Pink Panther country in Durham.
Tom Abel into the 40s, 42 not out. Ben Rain does some more gesturing into the field.
A little bit of tinkering. Lockie from down under. And his lime cordial and Vegemite. That a boy. Dubai as well. Damn. Love it. Feel like Pitbull. Bit more like Prestige Worldwide rather than Mr. Worldwide.
Lord Dusty is asking who's on comms today. Sam Dowling away at St James's Park. It's Ash Thorpe and George Gompertz on today. Don't need to put faces to voices, you say. Probably wise. You don't need to upset the lovely pictures you got on your screen.
Faces for radio. Definitely mine. He's going to do it now, aren't you, Ross? Yeah, I knew you would.
Oh, no need for that, Ross.
You're a bad man.
As Graham Clark
Wild's End. Love it.
On to the deep square boundary. Two of them out there. Maybe a short ball coming from Ben Rain, who finds his line of length again. It's quite an attacking field at the minute. One in at slip, one in at gully. Emilio Gay in short cover. The rest on the offside. In the ring, just the two out in the deep. One at square leg. Deep square leg, one at... Well, almost just one in front of square, one behind square.
Very close, aren't they? Having a lovely conversation, it looks like, down there on the boundary.
And another comes in close on the offside. Two at short cover. And it is short, and it is pulled away with great care along the ground all the way out to Graham Clark. And that marks the end of the 20th Ben Rain over. 1 for 48 from his 20. Somerset 218 for 3.
There you go. Faces for radio, we told you.
We don't lie on air, do we?
Somerset cruising. A lot of love, as I said on here, for Somerset. Which is good. Don't mind them at all. Like I say, one of my favourite human beings on the planet, Ian Blackwell. Lives down in Taunton. Originally a Derbyshire lad. Chesterfield, I believe. But loving life down in the southwest. Had a great career for Derbyshire, Somerset, Durham, and a little spell at Warwickshire at the end, just taking a couple of trophies with him on the way. Minto to continue and able to continue scoring runs. He moves under 43. 218 now for 3. 219 for 3, sorry. Just waiting for my stream to catch up. Faces, yeah. It's one way to describe it.
Thanks for the sport, Lord Dusty. Or not. There was
Got
actually
grease as well. Jeez. Blackie's now a good umpire. Yeah, I miss him. I just miss him. He's a person that you just love spending time with. Normally over something about 568 mils and ice cold. But yeah, just such a great human.
missing Wood, Potts, Cass and Stokes is the comment in the chat.
Yeah, a few more than that as well.
Indeed. Most recently
Whoosh.
and most pressingly, as we've mentioned many times today, Cody Youssef substituted out, having clunked one on the noggin.
It's lovely shape and beautifully. And we talk about balance for a left-hander. There's nothing better than punching one through mid-on for 4. Glorious shot from Lammonby as he moves on to 89. And another 4 closer to the target.
Yeah, lovely shot. Haven't seen too many runs scored down the ground today. It's mostly been square of the wicket.
That's a gorgeous... Being a left-hander myself, that is just beautiful to watch.
They just look better, don't they?
Yeah, we do. It's just is what it is.
Just elegantly punched down to long on.
Liz saying Blackie played for her club down in the southwest when he retired. Yeah, he's a top man. This one is on the back foot and absolutely hammered away in front of square from Lammonby. He moves into the 90s, just 7 away from a century. From a personal point of view, and more importantly from a team point of view, that lead is really whittled down now for Durham. Where are we at? 38 required now. Having to do my maths there because my eyes are not that good to read the yellow and blue on the scoreboard. 38, I believe, required. Somerset in a hurry now. Another bounce of sails over Lammonby's head. That will be 1 for the over. Don't jinx Tom now. I think we're beyond the jinxing stage.
Well, that's the perfect thing to say, I guess, isn't it? Beyond the jinxing stage to bring on a jinx.
Plymouth as well. There you go. Lots of Somerset love. Wishing Lammonby to a century. Deserves it. Oh. He pulls that and does not move. 4 more. Lammonby 97. Somerset 231 for 3 and just 34 required for victory. What a shot.
Yeah, neither did Ben Ray, and just stood there with his hands on his knees watching it go over his head. And another milestone is the 100 partnership, 103 runs from 180 balls. Lammonby 53 of them, and Tom Abel 44, and they've looked great value for every single one of those runs.
Yeah, outstanding partnership. Just stopped any nerves. I think Abel came to the crease and just looked so assured. And any little jitters after the dismissal of Rue was certainly put to bed.
128 for 3 when he came in, and a couple of quick wickets after that. Maybe would have swung the game back towards Durham. That's not happened. But Durham's still trying to change things. Alex Lees and Ben Rain having a little discussion. Some interesting field sets. An aggressive offside.
You can get funky here, can't you? You've got really nothing to lose. Well, apart from the match, that is.
Ben Rain in again. Out towards the sweepers in the leg side. Mitch Killeen and Graham Clark almost compete for it, before Graham Clark leaves it for Mitch to throw back in. And there's another single and another rotation of the strike, and brings on Tom Lammonby, 97 to his name. He needs to be there at the end, says Michael. Well, it would certainly be a phenomenal knock if he was. It's already been a fantastic innings with the bat. being their red inker at the end just adds a lot more value to it. If you're able to see it all the way through.
Yeah, a bit harsh, John, I think. Durham having a crack, doing their best. Not quite up to the task today. Certainly wasn't the case yesterday.
Elegantly off the pads through mid-wicket. And Tom Lammonby moves to 98. And another single, another rotation of the strike, another fielding change, and another change of angle for Ben Rain.
Brian saying that there's no bank holiday in Brussels and there's no cricket for him to watch, so he's going to have to crack on with some work tomorrow. Got Wisconsin as well. Wow. This is unreal.
And Emilio Gay yet again leaps across the wicket into a short mid-wicket. And Tom Abel defends again. Once again, looks as safe as houses on that front foot and on the back foot and any feet he's playing on. The wind continues to blow and the Durham flag continues to fly. Ben Rain continues to plug away. And come the end of the day, it's looking at the minute, 32 to win, that it may be the Somerset flag flying highest, metaphorically of course.
Because it's not up.
It's not there anymore. The wind's doing its job, but again, can't stress enough, it's a wonderful flag, well put together, but it is safely inside now. Ben Rain with the 6th and final delivery of his 21st over. Tom Abel shaping up at the other end. Yet again, shapes up beautifully for a front foot defensive. And that brings the end of another over.
233 for 3. 70 overs. This partnership, 105. It's been a real nail in the coffin. Definitely put any nerves well and truly to bed. Going to go back to Ackerman now. It's Lammonby on 98. Couple away from a well-deserved century. Clips that one to mid-on and there'll be no run.
There are singles on offer if he wants them, as there have been for much of the morning.
Solid in defence, Lammonby. Those nervy last couple of runs. You've done all the hard work. This one is tucked away fine, and Clark gets round. I thought it was just fine enough for Lammonby to maybe scramble back for 2, but he's on 99 now. Oh, Neil, that's my kind of dad joke. Very good. Lammonby, good stride. We've got Florida and Sussex along for the ride with us as well. Should get up a little flag and start putting pins around. Lammonby tries to force that off the back foot but can't get it past Ackerman. Looped up. Can't beat mid-wicket. That ends the over. Abel on 45. Somerset 234 for 5. I wish it was for 5 for 3. Lammonby on 99, just one away from a well-deserved century. And importantly, just 31 required for victory.
Loving his patience in the stream, and why not? Just, can I read it from here? 0.2 runs needed per over.
My God, imagine.
Can you imagine that one run every 5 overs for the next day and a half? But Lammonby will be looking to get one of those runs. This over, 99 not out. And it's a change of bowling to see if that can bring a wicket. Mitch Collini, well, he had plenty of them in the first innings. 5 to his name. And he's got the first one from this dig as well. I'd love to add to it. That would be quite the scalp, the man on 99. Defends that one to Emilio Gay, who goes for the little football flick up. I don't think the ball quite had enough pace on it.
Stream heading towards the 4,000 viewers. I'm assuming a very, very high percentage of them will be Somerset fans.
And there it is. To great applause and cheers from his mates up on the balcony. Tom Lammonby steers it off his pads for a single, and that brings up a remarkable ton. 100 has come off 149 deliveries at a time when Somerset needed him most. And he has batted with composure, with class and with elegance.
Yeah, well described. He has been elegant. Very, very graceful left-hander. I say, reminds me a lot of Dawud Malan. Very, very fine century.
And lots of 100 emojis.
Yeah.
In the chat, and why
Righto,
not?
we get it, Somerset, we get it.
It is always a joy to watch an innings of quality.
That's it. Turn off the chat on the live stream. No, I'm only joking.
It's a shame when it's against the team you're plugging for, but nonetheless, it's been a great watch from Tom Lammonby. And he'll look, as has been mentioned earlier, to go all the way till the end. Just 30 runs required now, and Tom Abel at the other end, looking as solid as ever on that front foot.
30 to win for Somerset.
Even Boycott could up the rate at a required 0.2.
Oh.
Abel punches down the ground and looks great for a dot ball. Got a bit excited there, Ash.
That was just a lovely piece of batting. I thought he hit it a lot better than what he did, but his bat flow's beautiful to watch. The Great Wall of Abel.
Yeah, that's about right.
He's on 45, approaching a milestone himself. Again, would be well deserved.
I'd love to see Boycott under bad, says Lewis. I'm not sure he'd conform. I'll bat my way. Scalene sees out and over, which didn't bring a wicket, didn't bring many runs, but brought one important one for Tom Lammonby. 100 not out off 149 deliveries. And the
Boyk's ball, sorry.
What's that?
Somebody's put Boyk's ball.
I think Boyk's ball might look fairly different to Baz ball.
Hey.
235. 4-3.
Brilliant. Ackerman to continue. Centurion, Lammonby on strike. Plays back to a full ball there. Trying to push it away into the offside.
Well, Sam said yesterday, Ash, that it was going to be one innings to win this game. And this Tom Lammonby innings may well be it.
I know, hopefully he's not listening and he knows that he's right. That pesky Somerset Sam.
Possible.
Hey. Tossed up. and driven square of the wicket for another single.
That Bosball comment came from Justin Credible, and I'm going to assume that's not your real name. But if it is, that is just incredible.
29 now required. And Abel drives expansively through the offside off a thick outside edge. Killeen doing the fielding in the deep. Adds another one to the total. Abel to 46. 237 for 3. 28 required. Oh, what a good question. Man of the match. Wow.
I think the two front runners have been floated there. Matt Henry with 4 in the first dig, 3 in the second, if I remember correctly.
And a useful contribution down the order too.
28 with the bat. Yeah, 4 in the first dig, 3 in the second. 7 wickets in the match.
There's been a few successes for the bowlers. There's only been one score of over 52. Ollie Robinson, up until this Lammerby innings, was the highest scorer in the match with 52. So this innings, in the context of the game as well, batting last in a run chase, there's been outstanding work from Tom Lammerby.
Michael suggests Henry Lammer's just doing his job.
So what was Henry doing?
Well, I could only assume it's Abel flicks that away for 2. So chasing, marauding Ben Rain. Did they come back for 2?
Yeah, got 2. Yeah. Good commitment from Ben Rain.
I was assuming that maybe the 28 runs off the Matt Henry bat swayed that one, because it came at a really important time for Somerset.
It was a great partnership, wasn't it, with Pretorius? .44 the partnership. I'm not against the Henry call in the slightest. I think Lammerby's innings has got to be right up there in the running as well.
It's been a tough day today for Mitch Clean, but he did take a fantastic fifer in his first dig on his county champs debut, and he's coming in again from the Finkel end. Took the first wicket of the innings last night and is yet to add to that today.
Lots of Matt Henry love as well. Josh Davey getting a mention, a good mention too. Rightly so.
We saw Henry's compatriot earlier.
Yeah.
On the balcony, Jimmy Neesham, who was being overrun by Durham supporters at the lunch break. Just having a good old natter with some of the regulars. And he'll be in blast action for Durham in the coming weeks. Looking to recreate the success that Matt Henry has had on this ground over the last few days. Mitch Clean with the final delivery of his 19th over is punched down the ground straight into the stumps at the non-striker's end, and I'm not sure they would have got a run anyway. Nah. But it does prove that he hit it pretty straight, Tom Abel. And that brings the end to a 2-run over. 239 for 3 the score, and 26 is the number that matters for Somerset. Came across a story I thought you might enjoy yesterday, Ash.
Go for it.
It's about some generational cricket equipment.
Okay.
I'll show you the picture first. You can have your early assessment.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I
Good
did
old-
see that picture.
Good old piece of willow.
Ackerman in Lammerby cuts, and we'll pick up another single. Yeah, what was the context of that? Somebody did send me that picture.
He says, "This is my cricket bat, Harrow size by Gunner Moore Limited of Nottingham.
Yep.
My mum bought it for me in 1965, and it's nearly 6 times the age of my 11-year-old grandson."
Abel cuts late. And you'll pick up at least the 2 that he needs. And Lammerby will come back for a third. Good running. And a well-deserved 50 for Tom Abel. Somerset balcony up and about. At 50, just the 3 boundaries. Off 122 balls. But the way he has played, he's been so assured at the crease. Has put any hopes of Durham victory well and truly out the window. Lamby picks up another single. Emilio Gay, good work in the field, unable to prevent the single. It's been a brilliant partnership from these two. What else you got for me on that story, mate?
Yeah, 6 times the age of his 11-year-old grandson, who plays some local cricket, and recently grew out of his kid-size 4 bat and needed a new piece of willow. So he dug this out from the depths of his storage just to try it on for size before buying a new one, expecting that his grandson may be embarrassed by it. Instead, he and his teammates have rather taken to it.
Love it. Shot off the back foot. And I think that will be good enough to run away for 4. That's a glorious shot from Abel. Off the back foot, punching through the covers. And this 17 runs is all that Somerset need for victory.
And the grandson took it for a test drive yesterday evening and managed a magnificent 3 not out.
Love it.
And as a result, he's got some new bat tape, a new grip.
Short and pulled away out into the deep.
And a bottle of linseed oil.
Oh, I bet it's had some oil on it by the look of it in the past.
And Graham said, not only shall I enjoy showing him how to refurb and take care of it, I've saved a bunch of money on a new one. Maybe one day he might introduce this bat to his own grandson.
How cool's that?
And you're right, it's a dark brown now. Have you had any good pieces of second-hand equipment? Or
I remember as a youngster, my dad cut down. It was like, I think Gray Nichols bought out the Millennium a couple of years ago, which had the 4 scoops on it. This was an old, I think they called it a butterfly scoop back in the day. And he chopped it down to my size, and I absolutely loved it.
That's flicked off the pads beautifully, and it's travelling at quite the lick. And Minto, it's not Minto out there, sorry.
It's Deleda.
Does his best, but he can only scoop it back into his own body and over the ropes. It's a lovely shot from Tom Abel, and he has been... wind is unbelievable. He's been so successful.
I think they should call the match off. Just call it a draw right now. Michael Tucker, you can talk about being fair towards Somerset. I think we need to call this a draw immediately.
Tom Abel being fantastic off his pads today. I'd like to see a wagon wheel of his knock. I imagine a lot of runs have come through square region on the leg side.
How well did he time that? I know it was probably wind assisted as well. The wind really picked up as that went down.
Absolutely flown away over.
Man, that flew off the bat.
Maybe over the used harder strips.
Yeah.
Over the square. And we are playing slightly further to the left-hand side of the pitch as we look at it. So the cut strips go almost all the way to the boundary. Over to square leg. Bowling from the Finkel end, and that is over the used strips again and again. Rolls at quite the lick. And he's
knocked it on again.
Quite a sorry sight in the end. He collected it competently and then just offloaded it to go and collect it again, but inadvertently threw it too close to the ropes and watched as it trickled away to the ropes, unable to do anything.
It's almost symptomatic of where the game is at the moment, that, wasn't it?
It
was all effort from Durham, but unable to stop the boundary.
in the end just watch the ball, or to use that metaphor, watch Somerset as they just trickle away along to where they need to be. And Durham at the minute plugging away, but plugging away helplessly. But they're trying, and you can't fault that. They've run in hard all day. But Somerset today just been too good. And that again is going to go to the ropes. It's cut away this time. It beats a diving James Minto, flashed past his left side. David Beddingham will just jog over to the ropes to collect it, and that's 12 off the over so far, and Somerset are flying towards the target. One fell swoop of the willow will do it. 4 to win. Mitchell into Tom Abel, who almost for the first time today slightly miscues one. And even then, it doesn't bring the wicket. And it's the end of the over, and it's Colin Ackerman, and I wonder, Ash, whether this may be the last over of the day and indeed of the match.
Yeah, you would think so. Somerset have been absolutely superb in this run chase. Got some momentum from that last wicket partnership between Pretorius and Matt Henry, and then picked it up with the ball, and knocking Durham over for 159 in their second innings was really crucial to the outcome of this match. And not letting that lead get towards 300. I think if that lead was 300, then it might have been a little bit of a different game. But full credit to Somerset. From a Durham perspective, you'd say just the way we like it. The world's a little bit against us, and circumstances haven't quite gone our way with such a young bowling attack. Losing our overseas bowler in the second innings hasn't helped our cause, but you can't take away from what will be a brilliant victory for Somerset. 3 in a row for the men from the southwest. Blackbird will be ringing out in Durham this afternoon.
There's a comment of, you're from the southwest when you're still watching this between the cracks in your fingers, but even for Somerset, I reckon they might get over the line from here, Ash.
Just 2 to win now. Thoroughly deserved victory for Somerset, as this is whipped away and won't beat Emilio Gay. It's a brilliant innings and a brilliant partnership, this one, just when Durham thought they might have had a glimmer of hope. This partnership between Abel and Lammonby has really driven Somerset to victory. And now, last rites out there. Thank you to everybody who has watched on the live stream. Over 4,000 of you now. I'm assuming 4,000 plus of you are Somerset fans. I hope you've enjoyed your victory. I hope you've enjoyed the game up here at Chesley Street. Last year was the total opposite. So thank you for sticking with us. And we really appreciate, on the majority, some really nice comments and some really nice banter between everybody. And we look forward to the corresponding fixture down in Taunton. But at the moment, Somerset cruising towards victory. Sam Dalling not with us today, but myself, Ash Thorpe and George Gompertz, plus Ross and the camera guys upstairs who have done a fantastic job in some really, really difficult windy conditions, as you've seen throughout this match. But it's been an absolute pleasure to bring it to you. And the good thing is we get a day off tomorrow. Hopefully the weather stays fine. They might even whack the barbie on.
And that will be that. Tom Abel fittingly flicks it off his pads into the leg side, and it trickles away to the ropes. And Somerset win comfortably in the end by 7 wickets. And as they shake hands in the middle, there is nothing more the Durham players can do than shake hands and say, "Well played, gentlemen." In the end, Somerset, perhaps the better team. The pitch in the first 2 days was here, there and everywhere, and just calmed down a bit today, and Somerset made the most of that. and really gave precious few chances to Durham.
Yeah, it's been a solid day's batting from the men from the southwest. Like I said, Blackbird will be ringing out in the Chesley Street change rooms in a not so distant future, and you've got to take your hat off to Somerset, who were behind the game after the first innings. Durham scoring 277, Somerset replying with 172. So Durham having that lead of 105, but that lead of 105 was reduced basically because that partnership between Pretorius and Matt Henry, they then continue that into the bowling innings where Henry picked up 2 wickets immediately and Durham were bowled out for 159, leaving 265 for victory for Somerset. And I think the story is told by that screen right there. Tom Abel, Tom Lammonby, the 2 Toms, the cry was 2 Toms go to war this morning, have put on an unbroken partnership to get Somerset home by 7 wickets. And on behalf of George, Sam, and all the guys behind the scenes, Ashthorpe, it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you for these 3 days. From a Durham point of view, we'll be back for the one-day doubleheader on Sunday between Lancashire and Durham. We look forward to that. But for now, thank you very much and goodbye.